we got to get him on the tape crew. So everybody give Step Hearts on or Stefferson a welcome, a good
Man,
welcome.
he's been killing the game, no joke, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't set a hard lineup last week. I'm not making excuses because I didn't know. I know most people don't know how to play. I don't know how many people are new to it, so I didn't want to make like a real good lineup because I just wanted to see where everybody was. I should have made a good lineup. I will make a good lineup this week. I learned my lesson.
I never check how I do because I don't win. I should go see how it turns out for me.
I went dog heavy on mine, so I mean the chances of me winning aren't very good. But if everything turned out, I would have won by a landslide. But I mean all favorites won, so it is what it is.
Bro, fuck all you guys. I went 8-2 on Fanatics, bro, and came in 8th place. Like, what the fuck? Like,
because you suck, bro.
Everybody can talk about their spaces are killing it. Bro, I went 8-2 and came in 8th fucking place. I was like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, but you can't be mad if you're picking 80% of the fights right. You know what I mean?
No, bro.
No, dude, honestly,
I only picked 10 fights. You know what I mean? So, like, that's why I got beat. Some dudes went 12-1, 12-2, but, like, damn, bro.
Like, I was tracking my bets on Tapology for a long time, and I hovered around the 66% mark. And I mean, that's pretty fucking good, dude. Like, you're not going to see like 70%, 80% in this kind of, in this sport just because of the high variance and high unpredictability of the sport. You're not going to get every fight right every card. It's damn near impossible. So, well, I mean, if you're going from the 60% range, if you're in there, you're doing pretty damn good.
Yeah, you figure bookies hit at 65%. Those are real facts. I just made a post yesterday where it says it takes you back 10 years of fighting on bets, and if you bet every single fight 65% of the time favorites win, which
I think we lost you for a second there, Joe. You cut out.
Better than the bookies are.
Yeah, you're cutting out real bad, Joe. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out all through that whole sentence right there. Like your whole point you was making, we missed it.
That's bullshit. What I said was, I just made a post that goes 10 years back, and if in 10 years, bro, underdogs hit 35% of the time, favorites hit 65% of the time. Those are real UFC numbers, bro. So if you're picking over 65%, you're technically picking higher than the bookies. Like, I don't know. I think that's a pretty cool stat to know. I know when I was on Verdict, I tracked really hard before all this started, and I was at like 71, 72%. And I was really proud of that, bro. I was really proud, but they really only did like the main card. So I don't know. It didn't feel as complete. So that's
I remember reading somewhere that they said that if you bet every dog or every favorite, even if they all win, just betting money line, if you just bet it, you would lose money overall because of the dog, because of the bad prices on the favorites versus when the dogs do hit. Like, so you have to pick your spots. You can't just bet money line on favorites. You'll lose your ass.
Listen, bro. So if you bet $10 on every favorite for the past 10 years, you'd be down $292 right now. This is in the UFC. Every single favorite for the last 10 years, you'd be down $292. If you bet every single underdog $10 on them for the past 10 years, you'd be down. I don't remember the exact number on that one, but you'd be down like $980. Like, it doesn't, you've got to pick spots. You can't, there's no way just to bet it one way or bet it another way and get ahead. They are both losing methods.
I'd like to point out this is not rehearsed. The fact that Joe was able to just already have that shit pulled up is fucking pretty excellent. That's why I love this group. I mean, I don't know where you're getting other information like this and that. Go ahead, Katie. I see you there. Go ahead. What you got?
I want to know what you think about Adrian Yanez versus Rob Font.
Ooh. I'm Team Yanez.
It's been a good subject of debate in our group.
Yes, me too. I love Adrian.
I feel like most of us leaned Adrian on that one. I feel like he's the sharper, maybe not the more powerful, but the cleaner, sharper striker.
Yeah, I think he's amazing, man. I think he can definitely do it for sure.
I said most people, Andrew. I didn't say everybody. I said it's been a subject of topic in our group for a while now.
I think it will be a close fight, though, and I think that's why, so many people are going both ways, because I can see how both fighters can win. So I definitely think it's going to be a banger of a fight.
Is Giannis the underdog?
I would have to imagine he is. Honestly, I
don't
think
know, honestly, but the day he loses, I'm gonna cry.
honestly, I
Katie,
feel like
you
on
like
that
him?
fight right
Stop!
there,
Don't say that. Oh God.
on that fight right there, I feel like whichever side's the dog, I'll probably put my money on the dog, just because either way you're getting. I mean, it's going to be a good fight. Either guy could win,
Yeah.
but
I'll say
I
this.
lean Yanez. I lean Yanez.
Giannis follows me on my
Me
personal
too.
account, so
Yeah,
I don't give a shit. I'm
same.
Team Giannis all day. It
He's
is
just
what
a
it
good
is.
guy. I've been following him and vice versa since before he fought on Contender Series. So I've been a huge fan of him for a very long time.
Oh,
We've
are you from
supported each
Texas by
other.
chance?
No, no.
Okay, I didn't know if maybe you're like a local. Okay, sorry about that.
No, but yeah, no, he's a really nice guy and he's very powerful in the cage. He's gone through a lot. We all know with his dad and his
Yeah.
coach. I've talked to him personally about it. He's a fantastic person, and I see him winning, and not just because he's a good person. He's a badass in the fucking cage. We've all seen it. He had the fifth quickest knockout in Contender Series history with 31 seconds, I believe.
I want to know how Dr. Pepper still hasn't sponsored him yet. He's like their
Yeah,
biggest
same.
advocate, man.
All right, so for y'all that don't know, and I kind of need to talk it out with Joe because we're still kind of trying to figure it out ourselves. Are we doing the DFS first? Or are we doing DFS afterwards? When am I breaking that down?
We'll work it in here. Sorry, I had to run and adjust something so we didn't lose signal here. So I
No,
missed
we're
about
so
30 seconds of
me
that.
and Joe were talking, and I decided to go ahead and try to do the DFS, like actually really break it down for the group now. So I do have like target fights, standalone fighters that you should probably start your lineup with, stuff like that, like your cores. I'll break that down at some point. So that's something new that we're gonna try to do for a while and see if everybody, basically how y'all respond to it, if we'll keep it or not.
Trace, do you have that in a list where you're able to tail that after whoever does tape?
Yeah, I could actually, as the fights come, I could be like, this is a target fight. This is a target fight. I like this fighter. I like this dog for DFS, stuff like that.
That'd be sweet. And I know you got an early schedule, so if you got to split out early, we'll just give you a couple minutes to say the rest of your whoever you've got before you go.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
Sweet. All right, I want to start by doing a quick review of last week's card. Man, it absolutely dominated every headline, every media outlet, every YouTube channel. Everything you can find before and after is pretty much 285. The dirt sheets or rumor mills are almost empty this week. The scratch it or bet it's only got like one or two because there's just not a lot of hot topics this week. So like, yeah, there's no way to avoid doing a quick review on it. So I went and found a whole bunch of numbers on it. It only take me a second to run them off, but some that I thought were cool. Estimated pay-per-view buys are just over 800,000. Total revenue on pay-per-view is estimated to be 400 million. With 12 million at gate, or not for, I'm sorry, 40 million with 12.5 million at gate. So they're estimating this thing generated around $52 million. Salaries were worth $11.5 million. 14 fights, 5 submissions, 3 KOs, 6 went to the distance, 4 were unanimous. 1 was split, 1 was majority. I feel like we're seeing majority more and more. I've been kind of tracking each card. I kind of look this up every week, and I feel like I see majority a lot more now. Cool stats that one of the guys over, I believe, at SureDog posted. I try to always give these guys credit. Or I'm sorry, one of the guys over at Bloody Elbow posted. I cherry picked like 80 of his stats for like 7 that I thought were cool. Total strikes landed 2,228. Significant strikes landed 1,510. Total significant strikes landed to the head 985. 295 to the body, 230 to the legs, 87 takedowns were attempted, 40 were landed, 13 submission attempts with 3 reversals. Man, we all know, I mean, it's a huge debate, huge in the group, but John Jones and new $50,000 bonus he's given to charity. 8th fighter in history to become a 2-division champ. Called Stipe out for International Fight Week. Stipe went on Ariel and said that is 100. It is happening. Ngannou tweeted, "Good job, Johnny Boy. Sincerely, the heavyweight king." No one takes that shit serious. It's reported that John should have made $6.19 million, while Surreal Ghan should have made $1,030,000. Who was actually on John besides me at the end of the day?
I put the whole house on it.
Good fucking man, bro.
Good job.
And the
Bro, that was an
pussies
easy
too.
call, Joe. That was an easy call.
Bro,
You
I'm
don't
not gonna
you
like
don't go
go.
against the GOAT.
Bro, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna go against like a bunch of make some big prolific thing or out of it, but like there's only a few things that are given, bro. John Jones was fighting. It's fucking given. Like I don't know. Just there's not much that's given in this sport. That shit is given. Average, you got your hand up. Go ahead, bud.
I was just gonna say, I think the card was great. It was worth ruining my sleep schedule again for because as an Australian that happens. But yeah, I was disappointed how quickly the main event was, but I'm actually just really super impressed. John Jones's performance. I think he's exposed the heavyweight division in a way like they can't grapple like he can. So all he basically just needs to do in any fight is just to grapple and he wins. Um, Alexa Grasso made me eat my words. I mean, I was wearing my Valentina Shevchenko t-shirt when that fight happened and I threw it off immediately. Um, yeah, it was just a really, really fun card. Shavkat and Neal went to war. That was a fun as hell fight, eh? And I'm happy that Jeff Neal got his bonus despite missing the weight.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Grasso, I see other hands up. I'll call them out. Yeah, we're only going to do about 10 more minutes on this card. Grasso got a bonus. She became the 3rd Mexican champion, the 103rd individual UFC champion. Shevchenko requested the rematch. Grasso seems to have accepted. That snaps Val's 7-fight winning streak. Val was reported to have made $842,000 total. Grasso was reported to have made $342,000 total. Even $500,000 difference. Marin, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Just wanted to say hi to everyone. Hop on here and finally get to talk to you guys after I couldn't make it last week. I was just sick. I still low-key am, but not to that extent. But yeah, I mean, like Average Avenue said, I was more elated from any one of them, honestly. Like, I mean, being Mexican and all, but the Grasso one, there was everything like around it. Like, I was just always on her, and then I even somehow my friend told me that I even swayed this one guy who was like sitting close to us at this brewery that we went to go watch the game. The fights, and he even told or my friend told me afterwards that he didn't even know. He also does betting, this one guy, but he didn't know who to go for because he knew that Valentina's so good. But I just told him Grasso. He bet on it, and so we both won money off of it. But yeah, it was just cool to see that. Another one, I mean, we said from the beginning, once Santos almost beats her, it was kind of forthcoming that someone would eventually beat her, and I'm glad that it was Grasso. And now it's um 3 Mexican champions, even though one of them is interim, but still, he made it. He got it done. Now we just needed Irene. And for any of y'all in the group chat who were saying that it was going to be a clean sweep of all the Mexicans this year, there you go.
Yeah, I'll try to go them in order. Yeah, it was a clean sweep for all the Mexican champions so far this year, right?
Yeah,
He's
but
still on current events
when
too.
I was active in the group chat, I heard some of y'all were, or some people, not of y'all, but some people were saying that the Mexicans, they were all going to lose, and that was going to be hilarious to see all of us getting hyped
Oh,
for
that
no
shit.
reason.
That definitely wasn't me. I know Dana's been
No,
pumping. He wants that shit forever. Shavkat Rachmaninoff defeated Jeff Neal in third round rear naked choke. Both got a $50,000 bonus. Neal missed weight on Friday. Dana said, "I don't give a shit. I'm paying him his bonus." It was a great moment for me. Rachmaninoff is 17-0 with 17 wins coming by stoppage. As reported with the shift in pay per the weight miss, Neal made $101,500. Rachmaninoff made $170,500. It was a $43,500 fine that came off of Neal and went to Rachmaninoff. That's huge. D, you've had your hand up the longest. Go ahead, bud.
You know what? It's okay. Rhino was there before me. He can have the mic before. He's all good.
Oh, go ahead, Rhino. My bad. And what's up?
What's up, guys? Basically, all I was going to say is I heard a lot of people that were going for Gon. And on the fight day, I started going on TikTok and was talking to all them guys. And I was like, all right, if you're going to take him, tell me how the hell he's handling his wrestling. He just all of a sudden becomes some poof amazing wrestler overnight, because that's what I haven't heard at all in the people that were talking up Gon. And he couldn't come up with anything, so I had a great time with showing it to his face right after it got over.
He went back like, "Bitch, did you see this?"
Well, it's because we got to do debating on it, so it was great.
Yeah, it's always nice. I try not to rub too hard, but you can't help it when guys are getting after you. We go after each other pretty hard in the chat group, so you're always getting it when you give it.
Without a doubt.
Maytuus Gamrot defeated Jalen Turner by split decision. 29-28, 28-29, and 30-27. Those are my favorite ones. Like, what the fuck? Like, those are my favorite ones. Gamrot reportedly made $101,000. Jalen Turner reportedly made $65,000. These pays are bonus out and everything. I just don't want to. I didn't want to have to break down every bonus and everything. I think D was next. Go ahead, bud.
And you're all good. Joe, man, what a card this weekend. I'll just say that. I think just looking at this from front to back, number one, John Jones is that money cow. If you want to get pay-per-view points or even like money, there's two people that you want to get. One is John Jones, obvious. Other one's Conor McGregor. If you're on any of those cards, you probably get a little more money than you should have gotten. But hey, and what a performance by Alexa Grasso. First 3 months of the year, and I'm still gonna say this: I don't care if he's interim champ. He's still champion in my eyes. Yair Rodriguez, let's give him credit, okay? Even though he's interim champ, 3 months of 2023, and we got all Mexican champions, and that is incredible. I've never seen a streak like that. January, February, March, Aldana maybe hitting it soon, maybe April or May, and we'll see what happens. I think other than that, I mean, we'll see what happens. And this is just like 1/4 of the year, guys. This is just 1/4 of the year. And I'm excited to what's happening later this year.
Yeah, I love when they close the quarters out. I'll name off two of them. Bo Nickel beat Pickett, first round triangle choke. Bo Nickel got $50,000 for performance of the night. He made his
Ball shot of the night.
Easily.
Nah, Gon gets that. Bo made his debut. He made it on a pay-per-view, pretty rare. He reportedly made 78 grand. Pickett reportedly made 80 grand. Garbrandt defeated Trevin Jones, unanimous decision.
Snoozer.
All
The
three of them
boys,
29,
hanging with the
28.
boys.
All three of them 29-28. Garbrandt made 180 grand if all reports are correct. Trevin made 35,000. Andrew, I think you were next and you put your hand down. Did you want to get in there, bud?
No, we're good.
Was that Cody's just show money, or was that his show and win?
That was his total pay. Drakus Duplessis defeated Derek Brunson, second round TKO. Corner threw in the towel. Duplessis got 65 grand. Derek Brunson got 215. Ribas beat Arujo, unanimous decision. That was legit, I guess. Arujo 53 grand. Ribas 101. Nice to see her making that type of money. Marc Andre beat Julian via second round TKO. Only 38 grand to Julian Marquez. I thought it would be more than that. 89 grand to Marc Andre. Ian Gary beat Kian Song, third round TKO. Ian Gary only 49 grand. I figured he for some reason would get more. Song made 53 grand. So whatever. Gary got attacked by a fan in the parking lot. Not physically attacked, but the guy like wanted to fight him. It was weird after the fight. Saman beat Martinez, majority decision. $4,800 of Saman's purse went to Martinez, leaving him with $28,800, giving Martinez only $11,200. He got like $5,000 to come fight in the UFC.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Sorry for the curse. Yo, Dana gotta pay up, man. This is crazy.
Dana don't give a shit, bro. Tabitha Ricci beat Panay, second round armbar. Panay got 80 grand. Ricci got 65. Last two here. Blackshear was beat by Basharat in a unanimous decision. Blackshear got 16 grand. Basharat got 28. Esteban versus Rod Zahabov. Rod Zahabov got 28 grand. Esteban got 16 grand. Max and Marin, I see you guys kept your hands up. Max, go ahead, then Marin, then we're going to jump to the card.
What's up, fellas? Yeah, so I just wanted to point out just one other thing on the Bo Nickel and the Jamie Pickett fight. Jamie Pickett and his team have like officially filed a grievance to the commission or to the what was it? Yeah, Nevada State Commission for no contest on that fight due to a apparent nut shot from the knee that Bo Nickel got the takedown that led to the submission on. I've seen a lot of backlash on it. I'm not a big Jamie Pickett fan. I'm also not a big Bo Nickel fan personally, but I mean he's a great fucking grappler. But I don't know. I think Jamie Pickett has a real argument there because the only reason I say that is because of precedents based off of what happened with Kevin Holland and Kyle Dawkins. But I don't know that they're going to do that for.
I did see the shot. I mean, he did land to the groin. I mean, it was a clear nut shot, but and he did react to it. But it was just a matter of time. I don't know if they'll overturn that anyways. Because,
I agree that it was a matter of time.
He didn't just he didn't overly protest during the fight.
Yeah, but
so,
I mean, it like I said, just the precedence for me is Kevin Holland versus Kyle Dawkins. Because it's almost
Listen, if it was California, I'd agree, but Nevada's not overturning that.
Yeah,
no way. No, I was literally gonna say good luck with that.
That's a good point, Nevada. But yeah, no. As far as the card goes, people have been shitting on Cody for his decision win. It was boring, but I mean the guy's been knocked out 4 out of his last 6 fights, and y'all were mad at him for that. Now people are mad at him.
It's not so much about the decision; it's more of how the decision came about. He was winning the fight the first 2 rounds, and then he coasted and played it safe.
Yeah.
Dana White hates that shit. You see people on the Contender Series not get contracts for that exact reason. He didn't get Brendan Loughnane a contract.
I agree, but you're talking about a former. You're also talking about a former champion, and not.
You're also talking about somebody that's come off like 3 or 4 knockouts.
Exactly. That's why he played it safe. To be fair.
And just to backpack off what Trace said, when Trevin Jones was landing in that 3rd round, he was hurting Cody bad.
Yeah.
Because he was coasting.
That's true too.
Hey,
But
Marin,
Yes,
why
sir.
you got
Yes.
your hand up, bud?
I mean, I just wanted to talk to you guys. I mean, some things that I like about these pay-per-views being packed is that we got a lot of fights, and I like to talk about the early prelims or prelims because they don't get talked about as much. But I don't know, man. I mean, I like what Cameron Heyman does, but damn, dude, like in his first fight, he already got a illegal knee to the head, and now he got two groin shots, and then the illegal poke. He still won, like you're saying, majority decision. But damn, I don't know if this guy is good or terrible with his IQ. Or what should we make of him? Like he's supposed to be a young up and comer who is supposed to be fun to watch and everything, and he did
Young,
knock out
dumb, and full
Magapone.
of cum. I don't know what else to say, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what he needs to do at this point, but damn, yeah, that's the one that got me like, what the fuck is going on? And also, I think this pay per view did have a lot of like illegal things going on, like groin shots, eye pokes, a lot of those things. Even the John Jones and Sarah Garner started with that in the first 3 seconds.
I'm not trying to
Oh,
cut you off, Marin. We got to get this shit going, bro. We're already 30 minutes into this. We ain't started the card yet.
oh yeah. I was counting down the last 60 seconds. We're 29 minutes in for sure. Wes, how are you today?
What's up, buddy? I was just gonna actually say, hey Max, how's it going? Nice to meet you, man. I don't think that he's like wrong, like in theory, you know. I mean, but it's Holland and then it's Pickett, you know. I mean, Holland's popular, you know. So that's all. Mm.
I agree. Cade, how are you today?
What's up, man? No, I was gonna say, not. I mean, not. I'm not gonna keep it going, but I was gonna say I don't think it's gonna get overturned because, I mean, I think Nevada knows that theoretically Bo Nickel was gonna dog walk Pickett whether he hit him in the nuts or not. So.
I can't disagree with that. Quick takes. Gabe, how are you today?
What's up? What's up? Just to go back on what Marion was saying about Simon, I think it's just like the being young thing. I don't think he's bad by any means. He's actually a really good kickboxer. But yeah, I don't think it's anything that like he can't fix within the next few fights. He's pretty young, so.
Yeah, he'll get that shit figured out. Last one, and then we're gonna move on. Signature MMA. How you doing today, bud?
How you guys doing? Yeah, man. The whole Bo Nickel thing. I have to say, I lost a little bit of respect for him because it's like, if you really watch the fight closely, he was getting a little frustrated, and it was just a flush nut shot. And then it's like after the fight, man, when I think it was in the MMA hour. I don't know if it was the MMA hour or like just like the post fight interview. They questioned him about it, and he was like, "Oh, that's weird, dude. That's weird, bro. I don't cheat." And it's like, bro, just like own up to it, because it was like a very clear nut shot. Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is at this point. If they give Jamie the benefit, they give him the benefit. I was actually the only comment I have on that fight is I was surprised at how much success Jamie had at stopping the takedown. I know he got taken down, I get it, but like I expected it to be one shot and him to be on the ground, and that was not the fucking case. So credit to him.
Because
But I want to jump into the card.
Let's do it.
They should just line that up again.
Yeah. So first card, first fight. Marin, you got it up in front of you. I'll announce them out, and you do tail of the tape, bud.
Yeah, no, I'm ready like always. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
All right, we got number 2, Peter Yan, fighting number 3, Merab Dvalishvili. Yan minus 250, Merab plus 210. Marin, what you got on the tape?
You starting the main event,
yeah,
bro?
you're starting with the main event. Usually we go backwards
Oh
with the
shit, because I'm
What
high.
are you doing, my man?
My bad, bro.
Joe.
Hey, if you want
Another
to
You
I
have
got all
brain
the
cells in
screens
your old
loaded
age,
at
man.
the top. I got all the screens loaded at the top. All right, first fight of the night is Carlston Harris versus Abu Bakr Nurmagomedov.
That fight's canceled. The fight's canceled.
When did that get canceled?
Yesterday, I think, or today.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Bro,
I
you've been
told
smoking some really good shit
No, what
tonight, man.
happened was
Whatever
Joe
it
was sick
is.
last week. Joe missed last week, and it took him all out of the groove.
it was
You're
my
just
Yeah.
losing brain cells in your old age, mate.
No, I've actually got a lot going on right now, to be honest with you. I looked at my fight halfway through it. I found out my fight was canceled. I was like, motherfucker. So I got most of the space together today, to be honest. And Yeah, I've got a lot going on right now. So I guess that takes it straight to Tyson Nam versus Bruno Silva. Tyson Nam's number 15. UFC.com reports no odds on this fight. It's the only fight on the card they don't have listed odds on. Marin, what you got on tail of the tape?
Oh yeah. This one, let me see. Sorry, I was also putting up the odds because I think I did see something. I didn't know that the other one was canceled. I do apologize for that. But this one, let me see. Tyson Nam, he is 39 years of age. Fighting against Bruno Silva, he is 32 years of age. 21, 12-1 is the record for Tyson, while Bruno Silva's 12, 5-2 with 1-0 contest. Let me see this. Bruno's fighting out of Brazil, Tyson out of the U.S., or what is he, Hawaiian? They're both coming off a win. 5'7" is the height for Tyson, 5'4" for Bruno, 68 inches of reach for Tyson, while 65 for Bruno, 37 of leg reach for Tyson, and 35 for Bruno. And I do have some odds. We got Bruno Silva as a favorite, minus 200. Tyson Nam is plus 160. There you guys go.
Man, so they expect the rank to shift right there. Tape work on this fight was Andrew, I believe.
Yes, sir. This fight's super exciting. It'll actually be a decent fight. Silva's not bad. He's a fairly well-rounded fighter. He can strike a little bit. He's got a decent ground game. I like that he has a strong straight right. Usually when he knocks dudes out, it's with it. He's got really good calf kicks. I do like him, but it's just he reminds me of like a handyman. You know what I mean? Handymen are pretty decent in everything, but not really good at anything. Like not really special and in a signature area. That's just how I feel about him. He's got decent takedown defense. He is always working to get up. But the problem that I have with him is he can get wild at times. And when he does, it leads to openings to potentially get knocked out. And with his calf kicks, sometimes he doesn't always set them up. So he leaves his fucking chin up. I feel like so far in the UFC, he's beaten lower tier guys with weaker skill sets, but he loses to guys with punching power. With Nam, no, we all know who Nam is. Nam is powerful, but he's very low volume. He is willing to trade a little bit to land his shots. In my opinion, he's knockout or bust. He doesn't really win decisions because he is so low on volume, and he doesn't grapple. He's strictly on the feet. It doesn't hit the fights, don't go to the ground in his fights. He's never been taken down, but no one has really tried except Kai Kara France, and we know who he is. He's not a grappler. Like I said, he's low volume. 58 punches is the most he's thrown in a fight. So I'm not super excited about this fight. For a pick, I do lean Bruno Silva. He is a 2-1 favorite, which I feel like is a little bit too big. So I wouldn't bet him. But what I do like is the over 1.5. It's at minus 180. If you feel like Nam's going to knock him out, cool. I don't think that's going to happen. And I don't think Silva really has the potential to finish him. So I would take the over 1.5. And then prop bets, like I said, it depends on what side you're on. You can take Silva by decision at plus 180, or you can take Nam by KO at plus 275. That's what I got.
Very nice, bud. You said you Nam by knockout, Silva by decision, huh?
Yes, sir.
Very nice. Signature. I think Wes had his hand up first. I don't know,
No,
bro.
no,
Wes is the host.
Signature did. I'll go after.
I'm sorry, that was from before. What fight are you guys on? My hand was up for like a couple minutes ago. That you guys already moved on from topics.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to West, and we're on the Nam and Silva fight. Go ahead, West.
Wes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think Andrew pretty much nailed most of it, but I do believe that Silva can get him out of there though. I think that Nam's reflexes are slowing down. I think it could be seen in the old fight. I think he's a little bit slow now. And he's 40. I think obviously, like he said, he's got that nice right hand. He's got those calf kicks. Like, I think he could get Nam out of there, honestly. I think that would be one of those situations where a person just automatically assumes to take the decision, but he finishes them. You know, you see these people that are older, they falling off and they just get finished, you know. But that's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Gabe. What you got?
Yeah, I'm right there with Wes. I think Silva's probably going to win this fight, probably 8 or 9 times out of 10, as long as he doesn't get knocked out. But he's shown to have a pretty good chin. He's hung with some decent guys. So as long as he keeps his volume up and isn't scared to get hit, I think he wins this pretty easily, probably by decision. Yeah, Nam is getting old too, so I wouldn't. I don't really see a finish, but I mean it's possible.
Vinny, what you got?
Hey Joe, what's going on, man? How you doing, fellas?
What's
Uh,
happening, Vinny? And I didn't say what's up to Gabe when he got on the mic. What's up, Gabe? Go ahead, Vinny.
I would just want to say I'll take Bruno on this one. I don't think Nam is going to be able to do anything against him. I mean, I know Nam is a little more experienced, but I like Bruno Silva. That's all I got to say.
Fair enough. Anybody else on this fight? Oh, I see Trace with his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have this as one of the target fights on DraftKings. I think both sides, depending on who wins, will score either way pretty well. So when you're constructing your DraftKings lineups, I think you're going to want exposure on both sides because there's a good chance that Silva can go in, or uh, Nam can go in there and knock him out cold, and that would score high. And then also, I just think the better minute winner would be Bruno Silva. So Bruno Silva's going to have the takedown upside and all that stuff. So I think you're going to want ownership on both sides. Go ahead, Gabe.
Very nice. Very nice. Go ahead, Gabe.
Did anyone notice how fast like these lines move this week? Like it was like because I got Silva at like it's like minus 165 or something like that, and like I looked at Romanov, like I got him at like minus 115. Like all those guys like just got juiced like super fast this week.
Dude, he was a dog even at that, man. Like it's MMA is so fucking popular now. Like it's nuts. Like it's hard with these lines, man.
Fight.
Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Go ahead, Moran.
Wait,
Next
wait,
fight.
wait, wait. I'm
Tell us.
asking,
Hey,
can everybody hear me? Because two people chopped up. Can everybody hear me good?
yeah, you're good. I can hear you.
All right.
I can
Next
hear you.
fight
You
up.
good? You good?
I got next fight up is Victor Henry versus Tony Gravely. Gravely is sitting at plus 120. Henry is minus 140. I'm on UFC.com, so I don't know if those were opening odds, but I assume they are DraftKings odds. Before Marin hits tail of the tape on this one, I just want to say that I expect Victor Henry to win this fight. Marin, go ahead with tail of the tape.
Yeah, so it is Victor Henry versus Tony Gravely, bantamweight. Victor is 22-6. Tony Gravely is 23-8. Let me see. They're both coming off a loss, both from the U.S. Let me see what else. 5'7" is the height for Victor Henry. 5'5" for Tony. 68 inches of reach for Victor, while 69 for Tony. They both have the same leg reach at 38. Victor's 35 years of age, while Tony's 31. And you're right with the odds, except that Tony's now plus 115 instead of plus 120. But the minus 140 on Victor Henry still stands. So, yep, there you go. Not really much movement.
Tape on this fight was dead picks. You there, bud?
Nah,
Yeah,
he
I'm
gave
here.
it to me.
No, what do you call? I needed some help on it, but what do you call? Let me just pop off with these few notes
All
real
right,
quick.
what you got?
I know you got more. I know you got more. Just give me a second, Rhino. But yeah, what's up on topic crew? I just want to say thanks to Rhino, for helping me out with this fight. I didn't really have a lot of time today, but I did highlights and I did get some things out. What do you call that? I saw. The pick for me is actually going to be Tony Gravely. The reason why I say this is because I think the wrestling is going to be a factor. Like I watched back that Rafael Assunção fight with Victor Henry, and he was getting taken down. Like it wasn't like very bad where he was being like just held down position or anything, but he was being taken down. And seeing what I saw from Tony Gravely, I feel like Tony would be able to utilize takedowns, and I feel like he would be able to hold him down. If anything, maybe probably get a decision because I know Victor Henry. Yeah, this guy. He's to me. He's not. He's not all that. He's okay. I mean, he presses forward, but it's I don't know. It's just
I'm so
I'm not
glad you
really.
picked him.
I'm not a fan of Victor, man. I'm not a fan. What I saw real quick, like it's just it wasn't that great. I mean, he wasn't dangerous. He wasn't dynamic. He wasn't doing nothing like crazy, like spin wise. He didn't seem too dangerous to me. I mean, what's he gonna do to Tony? I mean, if Tony takes him down, he doesn't have really, the greatest what do you call it, takedown defense. And what do you call it? What's he gonna do? Throw up subs? I mean, unless Tony's like dead tired, I don't see a sub happening. I'm
Well,
just
that's
gonna
the
leave it.
one problem. He gets dead tired too quick, man. I mean, his losses are kind of rough, where he looks kind of dead right when he almost he got knocked out in that comeback fight, which was pretty close, but he gassed just in trying to finish him. So it was kind of rough.
Who got
I
knocked
like
out?
Tony. I like Tony's breakdown. I mean, I think he's a good wrestler. He definitely sometimes can get too addicted to it, and he attempts too much, and that's where he's got himself in trouble. You look at his fights that he definitely puts a lot in the gas tank, but he doesn't come up with much towards the end of the fight. When you look at Victor Henry, who's kind of been, he was a big underdog in his first fight, gets the win, then becomes a huge favorite to beat Rafael, gets the loss. So now he goes on and now he's getting a wrestler. When you watch the takedowns that he has, I mean, he definitely scrambles really fast into getting back to his feet. And a lot of people are kind of doing that to Gravely in his last few fights. I mean, these guys are starting to really learn how, okay, you took me down, but I can get back up pretty quick, or I'm going to have some pretty tight submission attempts, which Victor Henry does a lot in a couple of his fights. And if he fights like he did against Barcelos, he totally pieced Barcelos up with some like great striking and a guy who's got some power there, and he did a lot of damage onto him. So I can see him completely piecing up Tony if he can't keep him to the ground. And you haven't really seen him do except for one in his last five where he really held a guy to the ground. So I'm going to take Victor Henry as a pick. I just think it's going to go to decision because I don't think anybody's finishing anybody. So my bet's over 2.5. My prop bet goes the distance, but I would take Henry by a decision.
I agree on the decision, but I'm gonna take Tony. Man, I don't know, man. Even Ronnie, he was getting takedowns on fucking Victor, and he was getting his ass beat, in that fight. And it's like, fuck. I mean, he even had pretty sure he had a moment like in round 3, But I mean, I respect him, man. I just think Tony's gonna be able to edge it with the wrestling.
I expect Victor to get it because of the later rounds, bro. Like, I know about Tony's takedowns, but I also know, for the most part, rule of thumb, I know you'll go find one fight where he landed them all in the third round, but he'll go like 2 for 8, 0 for 6, 0 for 3. He doesn't land a lot of takedowns in the third round. He is gassed, and if he's not gassed, he's definitely fucking weak. Gabe put his hand up first. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, I don't think Victor Henry's that good, honestly. I think that like Barcelos fight was just kind of like I don't know, like maybe like an anomaly type thing. Like it happened. Barcelos maybe off of his game or something. But like, yeah, Victor Henry's like gotten taken down by worse grapplers before. So it's like if Gravely can get him down for the first 2 rounds and then just not die in the third, then and like Victor Henry's not like a crazy power puncher or nothing. So like Gravely usually gets knocked out by like some pretty decent punchers or some really big guys. Like Maness is like a big guy for that division. And he just got caught really that fight, but yeah, I think Gravely probably wins here. You're going to be sweating the whole time when you're doing it, but like I just wouldn't be able to play Henry like because he's going to be on his back a lot of the time. He's probably going to try to be getting up, and I don't know, either that or just stay away from it completely. Or maybe like a decision prop if it's a decent or not a decision prop, but like fight goes a decision or the over. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's juiced. But yeah.
I think when I looked at it, it was up. Like they didn't expect it to have a finish. Was the odds? I thought it was a pretty good one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wes.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, he's never lost by any way other than decision, Victor Henry. But yeah, go ahead, Wes. What you got?
Yeah, like, but I think the diameter is at least like 6.5. Like, because my thing is Henry has some decent subs. Like, he has multiple subs in his career. He has nice front chokes. Like, he can set up submissions. And I'm typically scared to bet Gravely if he's facing someone that can like get a submission. So, like, even when you were saying the later round thing, I think that makes sense because he could like be losing and then oh no, and then like Henry grabs a sub. He does have a decent like sub game. So. I mean, I think it's very possible for him to get a sub there. Just saying.
And those subs are going to get him back to his feet. And then when he gets back to his feet, as long as he doesn't do those stupid kicks all the time, I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying that sub would sub him, like as in that the diameter. Like I would put it at a 6.5. Like I think he could sub him. Like that's
Even
my
pretty low.
I think 6.5.
375 on Bet Online.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead,
I'm
average.
saying like 1 to 10. I would say I'd give him a 6.5 chance of getting a sub at least. You know. So.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, go ahead, average.
So my pick for this fight isn't strategical; it's strictly personal. Victor Henry made me look like a fucking idiot the last fight, so I'm picking Gravely.
Great analysis. I love it.
All right, so I'll close this bad boy out. This also is another one that I feel like is a target fight. Gravely, Tony Gravely, when he fights, he's a wrestler. He has the takedowns. He scores very good on DraftKings when he wins, and even when he loses. So let's see. In his last, well, not against Bastorat, but in his wins, he put up 138 points versus Burchak, 128 versus Oliveira, and 102 versus Munoz. So he's only at 7,800. His winnability and the way he wins tends to score a lot of points. He's more likely to more than 10x his points if he goes to a decision and wins. And on the other side, like I do agree with what Wes was saying, and I forget whoever else said it, but I do think he's probably going to win the minutes, and then in the late second or third round, I feel like he might get caught in a choke, which also it'll score good, but I don't know if it'll be enough to make to pay for his price. But he could also go out there and just finish him. I mean, the guy's the complete package. I like Victor Henry. Um, I thought he was going to smoke the guy in his last fight. I was wrong. Uh, yes, I'm not really sure where I stand with him right now personally, but either way, I'm going to have ownership on both sides because their whatever winnability it is on their side, it pays out good either way.
Fair enough.
Next.
All right. Up next, Ariana Lipski versus AJ Aldridge. Neither one of these women are ranked. Lipski is plus 295. How the fuck is JJ Aldridge minus 360? Like, if you want to take her, I guess Lipski's a fucking setup. Whatever. Marin, what you got on this one?
Well, don't get mad at me, but this will even surprise you even more at the end. But yeah, Ariana Lipski, what is she? The Queen of Islands. She is 14-8 from Brazil, 29 years of age. JJ Aldridge, she is 11-5, 30 years of age, fighting out of the U.S. Ariane is taller, 5'6", compared to the 5'5" of JJ. That's not really that much. They're basically the same in reach and leg reach, 67 inches for Lipski, 67.5 for Aldridge, 38.5 of leg reach for Lipski, and 37 for JJ. So basically, they're the same in the tail of the tape, both coming off a loss. But yeah, so if you don't like those odds, they're even worse because right now JJ on Bovada, she is minus 400. Lipski is plus 300. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, okay, legitimately, she's the side. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? Anyway, Usman had tape on this one. You there, bud? Awaken my inner Usman.
Usman. He just hopped on the mic.
All right, go ahead, Wes.
My bad.
Oh, there he is. There he
I'm
is.
sorry, my fucking Wi-Fi's all fucked up. Y'all call for me or what?
We
We
can't hear
can't
you,
hear
bro.
you.
Can you hear me?
No.
Oh fuck.
Very quietly.
Hold on. Let me disconnect and reconnect. Go ahead and go, Wes. Wes.
All right, while he's getting his stuff figured out, go ahead, Wes. You break it down for us.
So I wanted to ask Joe a question actually. So like, is your fade meter going off? Because I remember the last time you had this for a female that was Tootie Lova, and you faded what's that chick's name out the UFC now? Probably Woo. So is your fade meter going off a little bit, Joe?
I don't, bro. It's just like, okay, Lipsky's not good, right? But is Aldridge good? And I'm not saying it like to throw a question back. Like, she's not good. I'm trying to not be a dick. You know, I try really hard not to talk bad about fighters lately. Like, you know, we've been interviewing them, and it's really important to me that I don't just shoot off at the mouth. But like Jillian Robertson, okay, Demopolis, I guess. Bro. I don't think JJ Aldridge is what people make her out to be. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know that I'm gonna fade her and actually even waste money on this fight, but bro, I don't get it. That's just one to me right off. Like, if I'm just looking at the odds and I don't ever say it, yeah, I would say fade meter. Just fade that shit. There's no fucking way that she's worth that, and there's no way you wouldn't take that against her. Like, fuck.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, if I was to play off what you're saying, to be honest, like, so like I don't really think that she should be lying that, to be honest, unless she's able to efficiently get takedowns. Like, but if you take away the takedown aspect, then she wouldn't be a 400 or anything, right? Like, now, in my opinion, as far as from an analytical standpoint, it's about her development because, okay, to me, it reminds me of the Courtney Casey fight, right? Now, she fought Courtney Casey. She got 4 takedowns. It was probably robbery, really, to be honest, but she got 4 takedowns. Well, Courtney Casey beat the living hell out of her. Her face was knotted up and everything, right? Now, I get it. Her striking is a bit better now. She feints. She has better footwork, everything, right? But she still gets hit a lot. She still can get hit. And now you're looking at a fight that's like closer than you ever expected. So that's my honest analysis of it. I don't think someone should parlay or anything as a 400. Like, it's not the same thing as De La Rosa, for instance. De La Rosa, clear-cut wrestler, is going to take her down, beat her up. Like, JJ had issues taking down Jillian. She didn't take down Jillian, for instance.
Anybody else lose West?
And Vanessa. So that's how I see it.
It's just you still going.
Yeah, no, that was it.
Go ahead, Usman.
Yo, y'all got me now?
Yeah, you're good.
First off, literally the last line on my JJ Aldridge notes is, I expect this fight to look a lot like the Courtney Casey fight. Yeah, I know none of us like to eat chalk, but remember rule 367. There ain't 2 female fights on here, so I think this chalk is going to come through. Mostly because Lipsky just has a lot of stuff that's left to be desired in her game. She's gonna move forward. She's gonna try and take the middle of the octagon. Her favorite strikes are gonna be the right straight, the overhand right. She also likes to hit the body with kicks, a lead jab, and a right straight to the body. She can knee from the clinch and has good power, well, decent power, but it's nothing crazy. She hates to move her head, willing to take punches, stands right in front of you. And she will rest on her back if she's taken down. I think her biggest detriment here is that her hands are a little slow, and when she does open up, it usually is with wide hooks. Going back to that Courtney Casey fight, a lot of the times that fucking JJ Aldridge got caught was she was standing in the pocket a little too long, and then it was those wide hooks that were cracking her. But I don't think JJ Aldridge is the best. I don't think she's the worst. I have it right here, first line. She is a middle of the road 125er. But what edges her to win in some of these fights, especially against a lower ranked fighter like Lipsky, is her decision making. She's willing to press forward with her straight, faster shots, but is also known to take a foot off the gas and use her footwork to circle the outside with her jab. She gets a lot of straight shots right down the middle. that I think will help her with the no head movement of Lipsky. And when the opportunity presents herself, she's more than willing to go ahead and clinch up against the fence or find the takedown. She also doesn't move her head a lot. That's a big red flag here. And she stays in the pocket for too long. I think a big thing that will help her with these takedowns is I'm always looking at hips, and Ariane loves to give up the hips. Like, I think just a simply well-timed takedown, and JJ should be able to get to the ground. Like I said, nobody likes eating this chalk, but I think it's a good bet. My pick, I got JJ. I was telling Trace this in the DMs. My bet I got is over 2.5, but I'm only gonna give y'all what is available to me. If y'all got over 1.5, hit that all day. Even if it's chalk, scrape up some coins. I think the over 1.5 is easily gonna hit. I put over 2.5 because that's what available to me. For the prop, I went JJ by decision, and for super prop, I went JJ by KO. I think she does have the ability to maybe ground and pound a finish out. I know it's highly unlikely, but I feel like, excuse me, I know JJ isn't the hardest hitter, but it does feel like when Lipsky does get hit hard, she kind of just shells up and says, I'm kind of done with this shit. So I think a KO prop, super prop sprinkle would be worth it. But yeah, I got JJ decision bet over 2.5.
And what was the super prop?
JJ by knockout.
Okay. Recorded. Trace, go ahead.
No, I'm going like Gabe, but this is just another fight that I have for DFS.
Oh, I got you. Gabe, get it.
Yeah, I think JJ's just gonna be like just barely better than her everywhere. Like you guys are bringing up like the Courtney Casey fight. Like Casey's a better boxer than Lipsky, so I get why you would want to play Lipsky, but like I don't know, this girl just fucking she not only did she let me down last fight, but like and just got fucking obliterated in one round, but like now she's fighting a girl who has decent takedown defense and is a better striker than her. Yeah, I think obviously like being a minus 400 isn't like ideal, but I think she's gonna win. Like even if it's like a split decision, you're gonna be like, oh man, like minus 400 was such a bad bet if I parlayed it or whatever. But it's like, yeah, like you know that it's gonna be a close fight just because Lipsky can hit hard. So like the judges are gonna see damage and all that shit. So it's really like, I guess it could be dependent on the judges too. Like if maybe even Lipsky drops her one time in the round, but JJ's just on the outside or whatever, piecing her up and darting in and out. I can see like a close decision. But like either way, I think it's still gonna be JJ. But also like being in a Lipsky fight, like I feel like the under is always like not a bad bet just because she always manages to cash an under. I don't know how, whether it's her getting finished or uh, her finishing. And JJ is not like a power puncher or anything, but I'm sure she'll find a way to fucking finish this fight.
Yeah, I did. I do think JJ is the side. I just the odds throw me off so bad I can't fucking take it. Trace, take us home on this one.
Yeah, so for DraftKings on this one, I'm avoiding JJ Aldrich. She very rarely pays her cash tag. Like this week, she's like the second or third highest, like most expensive person to use at 9,400. And at 9,400, you almost always want to finish. Like you need to finish to pay off that price, or at least a dominant wrestling game to pay off that price. And even when her prices are lower, she doesn't get there. So like she's just the instant fade for me on this. If I'm going to take somebody from that fight, it's going to be Lipsky because her ability to finish is pretty good compared to a lot of the girls in the UFC. Like she's 9-5 as far as the fights that she's won. Were not 9 finishes versus 5 decisions. So she finishes more than she goes to a decision if she wins. So I like her to, you know, she could be the slate changer, honestly, because she's only 6,800. She's so cheap. It don't take much for her to pay her ticket off, and if she does get a finish, she is going to be the she's going to be the slate breaker. Like she'll be the one that makes the huge difference. So I will have a little exposure to her because, like I said, if she does win, which I don't think she will, but if she does win, it will pay out because I think if she wins, she's got to finish. So I will have a little bit of her. I will fade JJ because there's better people around that price range with a lot higher ceiling for finishing.
Documented. Nice take. All right, that gets us to like 12 minutes, so I'm just going to lap out quick. Next up is Mario Batista versus Guido Canetti. Batista is minus 975. Canetti is plus 675. Man, I feel the exact same way about this as I did about the last fight. Like, if it was lined closer, of course Mario Batista is the side. Of course. But fucking minus 975, like, that's more sure of a thing than. Oh my God, bro. That's ridiculous odds. Marin, you got tail of the tape on this one?
Yeah, sure. This one it is Mario Bautista, like you said, versus Guido Canetti.
Marin?
Mario's from the U.S., 11-2, 29 years of age. He is way younger because Guido.
Does anyone hear me?
He's going, Joe. You can't hear him, but he's speaking right now.
Good enough.
Oh, you can't hear me, Joe?
Go ahead and continue.
Okay.
I'll relay.
All right. Well, Guido is fighting out of Argentina, 43, 10-7. Mario's taller in any aspect. He is 5'9" compared to the 5'6" of Guido, 72 compared to the 68 of Guido, and then 39 inches of leg reach compared to the 38.5 of Guido. The odds are basically the same. They are minus 1,000 right now for Mario, and then plus 600 for Guido. They are both coming off a win. But yeah, like Joe said, if it was closer, obviously I would take Mario. He's way younger. But I think Guido can make it a dogfight too, being Argentinian and all. But anyways, I don't know who got tape. Trace, I don't know. You probably know.
He said being Argentinian and all.
Well, I mean, that guy who just got caught. What's his face? Marcelo Rojo. He also makes it a dogfight, even though he does loses a lot. But just saying, they do have that.
Is he done, Trace?
Yeah. So Joe, who had tape on this fight? Was it Will?
All right. So I need to remove Marin as a speaker and then re-invite him as a speaker, and that seems to fix that problem. Okay. Tape on this fight was Will. Will, you got a mic?
Yeah, can y'all hear me? So Mario Bautista, he's going to win this fight by knockout or sub. We just have to find out which one. And what I'm feeling is Guido likes to load up with power to throw heavy leg kicks and punishing hooks, but he telegraphs them pretty bad. We saw Dana Batrogal find a read of Guido's very basic striking, and he ended up getting the knockout. And he possesses the same style as Bautista, which is a forward-moving striker. My first read was that Bautista's game plan is going to be pressure, strike, distract, and shoot for the takedown, which he's done in his last two fights. But honestly, I think he will find an angle and crack Guido before shooting for the takedown. And I think Mario is going to want a knockout before entering into the top 15. I like Mario rounds 1 or 2. I think everyone is going to be betting submission, but this seems like a field day fight for Mario. So I believe he could also tire out Guido round 1 and finish him early by knockout in round 2, or just unload on him against the fence in round 1 and crack that big chin and finish this guy.
Good stuff, brother.
Nice take. Anybody else on this fight? I see Trace. Anyone else? Very nice. Andrew, I ain't heard from you yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't watch tape or anything because there's really no reason for this fight. I mean, I think the line kind of speaks for itself. However, I'll tell you what, man. This fucking Canetti kid was supposed to be a cakewalk for his last two fights for two different dudes, and they both fumbled the bag and cost me a lot of money on the last time out. I'm not going to... Oh, well. But anyways, yeah, this guy seems to be the fucking, like, Grim Reaper for dudes. But Bautista should get it done. He fucking better get it done, because if not, Canetti's going to be on a 3-fight win streak, and he's like 41 years old, and he's just been a massive underdog every time. So, yeah, if Batista doesn't get it done, I'm pretty worried.
43.
Oh, thank you. Even worse.
I can't be the only person in this room that has wondered what the Guido Canetti fucking KO line is, because that could cover your whole night. I'm so sorry, and I never say there's value. There's no value. It's a dumb play, but it's not, bro. Like, I feel exactly how Andrew feels. Like, this is the guy that's supposed to keep losing, and he's beating motherfuckers. They've been waiting to kick him out of the UFC. They're like, go ahead and lose, and you're out. And then he won. And they're like, all right, but that was error. That was error. Go ahead and fight again and lose, and you're old, and you're out. And then he won again, and they're like, fuck. All right, we'll give you another fight. This time, we're going to make you a 10-1 underdog, motherfucker. Go ahead and prove us wrong. Trace, go ahead.
Just ignore my hands. It's for the DFS at the end.
All right, good enough. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I was actually talking to Wes about that too, like how like he beats Costa and then like they put him up against Bautista like as like a okay, like we're fucking tired of this guy, like he needs to stop beating like, and the thing is like you kind of figured that he had a chance to beat Costa and Moutinho. Like Moutinho fucking sucks, and then Costa is like he's Costa. He has one round in him, if that, or maybe like 2 minutes. But um, yeah, it's like it's one of those things like you almost have to take the KO here, just because Bautista he has a lot of power, and I don't think he's going to go for the sub here. I don't think it's going to hit the floor, honestly. And if it does, I think he's just going to pound him out. But yeah, I parlayed him when he was like minus 700. I think it's free pennies pretty much. I parlayed him with fucking Hadley and who's the other one? Makayev. And it gave me like minus 157. So I think that's all free chalk, really. Yeah, I think Bautista is going to fucking destroy him probably in one round. He might play it a little bit safe just because he's developed a little bit more. So he might finish like early round 2 when Guido is like tired. But yeah, I don't mind the under 1.5. It's a little juiced, but yeah, it could be a little bit of a sweat just because I know Bautista doesn't want to get knocked out by some fucking 43-year-old, even though he's fucking way better than him everywhere. But yeah, I think that plus 200 knockout is easy money, and then if you want to fucking throw him into whatever you want, I think he's easy money.
Nice. Average, go ahead.
I think Mario's just gonna send this old man walking. I'll keep it nice and simple.
Anybody know what Mario ITD prop is at?
It's at like minus 265, I think.
No, I think it's like at minus 350 now.
Damn.
Yeah, I think that minus 260 or whatever was like the very opener, and like I doubt anyone really got that shit.
Yeah, that's too
I'm
cooked to
looking at
really bet on.
bet online, and it's
That's
got
got
Mario
pass written all over
fights
it.
inside the distance 350.
Nah, that's some shit like that's like Bo inside a distance. It's all free money. It's just like you just have to. Sometimes you got to wait on it. Like yeah, you're probably gonna have to wait until round 2, and you're gonna be like, oh fuck, this was a bad bet. But it's like it's not really a bad bet because it's gonna happen eventually. He's fucking trash. Really, and he's got one round in him, so it's gonna happen eventually.
All right, so for DFS on this one, I kind of struggled with this one a little bit because Mario Batista is the most expensive player on the whole slate at 9,700, which in his fights he has paid that off. In his last 4, he scored 104. Last 3, 104, 105, and 118. So that more than pays off his price, even though he's priced so high. But I still he costs a lot, so it's hard to make good lineups with him. I would imagine. So I feel like you're almost going to have to take more dogs because of how expensive he is. If you like the dogs this week, then you're fine. You want to lock him in your lineup because he probably is the best value above the 9,000s as far as finishing. I do like him to win in this fight. I do like him to get a finish, hopefully. But at the same time, recency bias is a motherfucker. Even with Canetti winning like that, I mean, I get it. It's not what he usually does, but we do see he can do it, and he is like the cheapest. He is the cheapest player on the slate, and so he can be got for 6,500, which in his last two fights he scored 101 and 98. I mean, that's like I said, that's slate breaking stuff if he does get the finish. But the more I thought about it, it's just like it's take the favor or fade because more often than not, Guido Canetti does not pay out what he need, what we want for him. More likely than not, he doesn't pay out the 6,800 because he probably or 6,500 because he probably gets starched without much offense of his own, honestly. So I do think he's one of the better prices above 9,000. So I will have him in some of my lineups, and if you're playing, I think you should as well. Maybe not 100% ownership because of how expensive he is, but he's a good piece to have in. That's all I got on that.
Sounds like you need to buy Canetti's cheap ass to cover how much you spent on Batista, to be honest. Gabe, you on DFS?
That is not how you want to do that, brother. If you do that, you will lose, especially in the GPPs.
No, I don't even know how to do all that shit. You guys are fucking way more advanced than me. But no, I was just saying like you don't really see like a lot of these like minus 1,000s and shit like lose very often. And like you kind of know when they're gonna lose. Like you have like a especially as like a UFC like
It's a
sports better
female
like
fight. That's the reason.
like
Yeah, I think
well
I think
I
it's
mean
fair
not
to
even
say that he probably wins this fight 9 times out of 10. But we have seen those 1%ers or 10%ers in his last two fights. So
I don't even
that's the
think
only
he has
thing.
a 1% chance of winning. That's my thing. Is like you know like there's fights where like okay like this minus 1,000 is like he shouldn't be minus 1,000. And
See, but
like
my problem with that is
fucking
though.
like
But
Dean Barry against fucking
yeah,
Mike
Mike
Jackson type
Jackson.
shit. Like you knew that fucking Jackson had a chance because Dean Barry fucking sucks. Like Mario Batista does not suck. Like
So I see the
he's
group
an
chat
up
all the
he's
time.
a
I see
yeah.
all the guys in there always saying like, "No way this guy wins. No way this guy wins." They'll said it when he fought Costa. No way this guy wins. And this motherfucker comes out there and beats his ass and chokes him out. That's the thing about GPP. You gotta be open to that kind of stuff like that because even though they might lose, that one time they win, that's a slate breaker. So
But the thing is even
that right there wins you the whatever the. I mean, I've seen we got Tajik down there. I mean, he just posted some pictures the other day of him cashing a couple 2K ones and more than that. I mean, that's the kind of plays you got to make. I mean, like I said, more often than not, you don't win. But that's the idea. It's because when you do win, you win big. You have to be prepared to lose more often than not. Like was that the dinner said when he came on. Be prepared to lose more often than not. You're only going to win the big ones 3 or 4 times a year, but those 3 or 4 times a year will put you ahead of the of what you're going to make more off that than the money you lost. It's a long haul game. You can't just be like, well, I'm playing this week. I'm probably going to win all that money. It's a game of repetition. It's a game of endurance and just being. I mean, no, nose to the grindstone. You got to be able to just keep going with it.
Yeah,
right,
so
but
the picture.
I'm talking more like strictly like just sports betting rather than like
No, no,
DFS.
no.
And
I'm just I know
I
you're
I
saying
don't know
that.
shit about DFS, but
Yeah,
like
no, I know you're
I
saying that. I'm just saying, but for DFS, that is a guy you have to consider. But although, like I said, even though I'm saying that, I probably won't have him in my lineup for the same reason because the chances of him doing that again are very slim. Because I mean, he is a 43-year-old man.
right, and like even when you like you bring up the Costa fight, but it's like you know like how Costa fight. So like if it gets extended even past round one or whatever, like Costa's fucked. And you don't want to bet a guy like that. But with like a Mario Batista, right? Like he has good cardio, he has good striking, he has good submission skills. Like he's the all around package. While like Costa would be like a guy like you take him one round and like in the first round, and that's pretty much it. Like that's all he's got. And if you are able to live bet him after the first, or live bet his opponent after the first round, you're making a lot of money. But yeah,
Yeah, there's no way Mario loses this week. I'm with you, Gabe.
All right, I'm lapping
Next.
this one out. That's 14 minutes. That's a long time on this one. Next up, we have Cedricus Dumas versus Josh Vermeed. I don't have odds on UFC.com. I know that Trace has tape on.
Dumas is minus 180, and I think Fremd is at plus 155 last I looked.
I believe Trace has tape on this fight, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yeah, but go ahead and let Moran do the
Oh
telling
no,
tape.
no.
Oh shit, I forgot. Go ahead, Marin. My bad.
No, go ahead, Trace. Do your thing because I thought on Google it says that this fight is canceled, but I don't know. Apparently, it's not. So I was not prepared for this. So Trace, you do your thing. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. Here, I got it real quick. Dumas is 7-0. Farid is 9-5. This is Dumas's debut fight. It does not give us Dumas's height, but we know that Farid is 6'4". He's tall as shit. They're 185. 76-inch reach for Farid. 44-inch reach for Farid. None of that is available for Dumas. Trace, go ahead with tape.
Yeah, 1 second. Blow this up. All right, so Cedric Dumas, 7-0. Keeps his hands high. He has good feints and tremendous power. He can be taken down, but has good reversals on the ground. He also has a very good ability to float, as well as scrambling on the ground. I did like the wrist control I saw from him on the ground. He would use his wrist control to open up strikes from the top. He has good explosive get-ups as well as takedowns. It seems like I couldn't I couldn't tell if it was intentional or just lucky it worked out for him in his favor. But it seemed like he was baiting fighters into trying to escape. Like he would leave his guard open, and as soon as they would try to go somewhere, he would use that to reverse or advance his position, almost like he was baiting them to try to take that. And but yes, he somehow always managed to contain control, even though they were trying to reverse to get out of something, almost like he's doing it to burn them out. But he didn't. I didn't like how he responded to being pressured. He was kind of backing up, almost like he didn't know how to handle himself backing up. I don't know, but he does have nice calf kicks off the lead off the lead leg. He's an explosive, unpredictable striker. But I do love how he doesn't try to force anything. He stays composed even when he hurts you, and just lets things happen organically. He doesn't try to make something happen that ain't going to happen or force something that's not there. He has very good knees from the top position of a ground opponent. He does throw good knees to the ribs. Um, he has gone 3 rounds wrestling in a wrestling fight, so cardio will not be an issue for this man. He did have while he is a finisher, he dominated another wrestler for 3 rounds. It started off with that guy trying to take him down, then it went from there to him dominating the wrestler in the wrestling game, and he's done that to more than one wrestler. He actually beat that guy in a more impressive fashion than Jaron Gooden had beat him, who had fought him the fight before. So he's putting on better performances than former UFC talent. I think this is a highlight setup reel for him. I see him having a start to his UFC career similar to Jamal Hill. I think they know what they have with him. I think he's a very powerful striker, a very good striker, and he's a very complete fighter. Like before I did the tape on him this time, I thought he was just a striker, but he's legit. He's well rounded. But I see like a career similar to Jamal Hill. I think they'll try to give him the right fight to the right time. I don't think they're going to set him up somewhere to get destroyed. I think everything's going to be a good pace to set him up on everything. But we have Josh Fremd, who's 9-4, 0-2 in the UFC. He's a grappler with good power and okay striking. He does okay in the wrestling as long as it's on his terms. He does seem like he has okay cardio and good athleticism. He lost to Trayshawn Gore, in a fight where he should have won. He had him hurt at the end of the round, and Trayshawn was completely gassed, and he got caught in the guillotine. But I'm just not sure if this guy's UFC caliber. I think Dumas has Fremd covered everywhere. Honestly, I think this is a showcase fight for Fremd. For Dumas. So my pick is Dumas. My bet is I actually put 3 units on Dumas at -150. I got on them early. Uh, the prop I like is the inside the distance for Dumas. The super prop was the one I was struggling with because for some reason I just feel like he's going to submit him. Because if Trayshawn Gore can submit him in a guillotine, this guy can definitely submit him. Because I mean he is legit on the ground. Like he's dominating other wrestlers and he's a striker. So yeah, even though he has more KOs, I'm gonna go with the super prop being submission.
Very nice. Gabe, go ahead.
The only thing that trips me out about this fight is like that the line hasn't really moved that much, especially how many people I've seen on Dumas. And I like him for the most part. Um, I I think he's a little bit overhyped, but Fremd fucking sucks. And like I played Gore against Fremd, and I think you can cap it about the same way because I had Gore by submission there too because of the guillotine that Gore has, and Dumas has like a nasty front choke series like as far as like his guillotine, Dars, Anaconda, all that shit. Um, and he's so much more powerful than Gore as far as those chokes. So I think it's almost like the same fight except Dumas is better.
One thing I didn't like about it was it seemed like he got bullied by the smaller man. Would you agree? It didn't like for as big a guy as he doesn't seem like he's very strong.
Dumas?
No, Friend.
Oh,
Like
you're talking
because
about
Gore
like
was
Buffy or?
pushing him around.
Oh, well, I mean Gore is strong as fuck though. Like I think people like Gore is like I feel like people like kind of discredit Gore a lot just because he's done people pretty fucking dirty in the UFC. But like the dude has a lot of power. He is really good as far as his BJJ. Like he's just fucking young. I think Dumas is a little bit better than probably a lot better than Gore, but I think they're similar in styles as far as like power and how their BJJ works out. But yeah, I think Fremd's probably going to jump into another guillotine here. He likes to wrestle at times, and Dumas will definitely go for that front choke.
I love it, man. I love it. Does anybody else have anything on this?
Yeah, I think Dumas is going to win, and then I think they're going to send him to the Miami card.
I agree he's going to win. Does anybody else have anything? All right, so
Kick the DFS.
Yeah. So for me, this was I'm gonna have ownership on both sides of this one as well, just because I mean at the end of the day, it is a debutant off the Contender Series. As highly as I respect him, I think he's got the talent. I respect his talent, anyways. I don't. I mean, we see it happen all the time. People come in and lose their debuts, and then they get back on track. But I'm gonna have ownership on both sides. But for me, Dumas is a lock him in play on DFS. I feel like he easily. I mean, he's probably gonna get the finish. And even if he doesn't, if he wrestles, if he can out wrestle Fremd, he also scores that way. So I'm going to have him in my lineups, probably 100% of my lineups. He's at 8,800, and I think he pays off that ticket pretty easily.
Very nice. All right, that caps that one off. Makes up for a little bit of lost time on the other ones. 9 minutes. Up next, Rafael Sunsao versus Davy Grant. Sunsao out of Brazil, Davy Grant out of the United Kingdom. Sunsao plus 120, Davy Grant minus 140. Marin, you got this one up in front of
Yes,
you?
sir. So we got, like you said, Asansa is 28-9. Davy Boy Grant is 14-6. They're both coming off a win. Rafael is from Brazil. Davy from the UK. Davy is taller, 5'8", compared to the 5'5" of Rafael. He also has a better reach and leg reach. His reach advantage is 69 inches compared to the 66.5 of Rafael. And if we look at the leg reach, it is 40 inches compared to 38.5 for Rafael. Now, if we look at the odds, sorry, looking at the most recent ones from Bovada right now. Give me, let me see. Oh, right here. Um, Rafael is plus 115. Davy Grant is minus 140. There you go, guys.
All right, so Tape was actually Stafford's son, and he was here a little bit ago, but I don't see him in the room. So, yeah. Anybody on this fight?
I mean, like I'm on the fight, but like I don't have like a deep breakdown. Maybe average does though. So you can
No,
go ahead.
I'm on the fight. I don't really have a deep breakdown or nothing, but I think Assunção gets it done. I was looking at their records recently. The two of them have actually fought and a lot of decent names. I mean, Assunção fought Masvidal all the way back in 2005. Isn't that crazy? Um, yeah, but I think Assunção gets it done.
Who you on, Wes?
Yeah, I'm on a Sunsao, and I think everyone should treat themselves to the sub plus 1,000. Like, I think that it's a similar situation to John. Like, okay, John didn't have a sub in like how many years, so he opens up as like what plus 700 for a sub. That's criminal with Davy Grant. His sub defense is garbage. So I mean, like to me, it's inevitable whether he gets cracked and clubbed and subbed or just taken down. Because I think a Sunsao has to take him down anyway because he's taller. And so I don't think it's hard to take him down. His takedown defense isn't great. And I just think he's just going to get the sub, man. So, yeah.
All right, later in the week, I'm going to see what I can get for a Sunsao by sub and Span by KO. And I'm not trolling. I'm being very serious. I'm going to see what I can get that for because fuck it, why not? Because I think Span has many reasons to be favored, even if you favored Krylov before. But that's for future. Anybody else on this fight?
Do treat yourself to a single too, though, bro. Because remember, it's plus 1,000. You don't want to parlay it and then Span, does a KO or something. So, yeah.
So for DFS, it is a good fight to target. Either guy can get a finish on either side. I do like Grant as a dog play. I do think he can. I mean, he can knock out Sunsao. Sorry, I'm getting this stuff pulled up. My problem with Sunsao is that he doesn't normally cover. Well, hang on. Yeah, in his wins, he doesn't usually cover his price tags like 47 points, 46 points. He's not a high output controlling fighter. Like he's there. He's always in a good contest, but he's not really finishing people anymore. And Davy Grant's only. Oh, Davy Grant's actually the favorite. Okay, so yeah, it's not even a dog shot. I like Davy Grant here. If you want to take a shot on a Sunsao, you can. I don't think he pays off the 7,700 salary, even if he does win. I think it's still it's a low scoring, slow paced fight because Grant's going to come forward and try to land shots. So mostly it's either he can be running away or he's going to be getting his ass beat. I don't know. So yeah, I like Grant this week.
So you're saying if you're on Grant, take Grant, but if you're on a Sunsao, stay away from him because the points won't stack up?
Yeah, essentially, I mean, he is on my avoided fighters list of Sunsao. I do have a list for avoided fighters as well as there is one fight I'm avoiding completely on there. But yeah, so.
All right, good enough to lap. Up next, according to UFC.com, is Carl Williams, who was added to the roster watch this week, and Lucas Berzeski. I got no odds on this. Carl Williams coming in out of the United States. Berzeski is fighting out of Poland. I believe I had a note on this fight. Oh, that Davy Grant might be a short notice fight,
Yeah,
just so everybody knows.
yeah. That one I didn't have ton of the tape, but I got it like last minute because you pulled it up. But yeah, I didn't have anything on it either.
Uh, that was a Sun Tzu was supposed to fight Kyler Phillips, and
By the
Davy
way,
Grant short
uh,
notice.
I do know he did put his picks in the chat. Stefferson did have 1.5 units on Davy Grant, so
So Stafford should
he did do the tape for it, and he was on Davy Grant.
nice. All right, let me note that real quick before we move on. I got that right here. Davy Grant. Okay. All right. So,
Yeah,
Marin, you got tail of
yeah.
the
This one
tape.
for sure. This is a feature prelim. For some reason, it's a heavyweight, like you said, with the debut in Carl Williams. He is 7-1 professionally, 33 years of age. Um, Brzezinski, he is 8-2-1 with one no contest, 30 years of age. And the odds show that Carl is minus 210. Brzezinski is plus 170.
Who was on tape for this fight? This fight might have got added late. We might not have anybody on this one either. Oh yeah, we do. No, we don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do. It's Gary. It's
yeah,
Gary or Capital.
Do we? Yeah. So what do we call you, Gary, bro? That's what we got to do.
yep, that's cool.
Oh, he changed it. It says Gary. Didn't it say something before, man? Something different. Oh, that's your page. My bad, bro. Anyways, I've never talked to you on mic, bro. Nice to meet you. Give us that tape.
Yeah, can y'all hear me all right?
Wonderful.
Sweet. So this line actually started at minus 140. I was kind of mad at myself because I was planning to tape one Sunday and one Monday, and I chose the other fight I was on. Otherwise, I could have got the 140. Carl Williams, I think, is like without a doubt a side, and it's pretty clear why the line jumped. Like Bresky gasses, and he's just like not that great. Like he's not that great at like anything. Like in terms of like how good you need to be to like compete at the, I don't know, like ranked fighters, right, level of the UFC. He's like 80% there at every single skill. I think he's really slow and labored, and he gasses somewhere in between like DDP level gas and Derek Brunson level gas for real. Like it's somewhere in between there, and it's hard to judge how far that is. But like he's not like gassed enough to for a guy to just like pummel him and finish him per se, but he gets gassed to the point where he really can't win rounds effectively. His body's size for like a 215-pound division. He's one of those guys where like I don't really see him ever succeeding at heavyweight just because of that size. And like to succeed at that size, you have to be quick, and he's not that. And I also think he seems to have like a soft body. To me, he's like that classic guy that basically you can tell by his fight style that he's been used to like bullying guys, lesser athletic guys essentially, and you saw that in his Contender Series fight too. And he was actually unable to finish Potter. And like anyone who watched that fight, like I don't know, like Potter definitely knows some stuff. Like he's technically not that terrible, but like athletically, like he's just nowhere near UFC level, and for real could be like he could probably honestly get down to like middleweight if he was in great shape. So like the fact that Bresky really like didn't even legitly finish him because that actually got shifted to a no contest tells you that like he's definitely seeing a level change, like a skill level change that he's struggling to like maintain that same bullying style with. He just comes in throwing looping punches, gasses himself out, and then he can't really like do anything effective after that. Um, and then so like in his UFC debut, he fought Boudet. That ended up being a split decision. And to his credit, like what I think people on the Williams side are actually underrating in this fight. To Bresky's credit, I think he's like attempting to correct some of those things. Like he still gassed himself out, but he seemed to be mixing up combos a little bit more rather than just like the big looping punches. mixed in his jab a little bit, and actually like pretty clearly won the first round and came close to winning the second. So like that's something to worry about if you're on the Williams side, like as far as laying 200 chalk on him after so much line movement. But as far as like Williams, he's like a true light heavyweight. Like he has several fights at light heavyweight. He has decent skills while being undersized. He's faster, and he definitely will have a grappling advantage in his Dana White's Contender Series fight. He fought Jimmy Lawson, who's like a Penn State All-American wrestler. Had, I think, like 4 straight first-round knockouts, a couple within like 20 seconds on his record. He came in at like 265 pounds. Like, literally watching this fight, if you would have told me it was like 45-year-old, 50-year-old John Jones and Daniel Cormier going for like a 5th match or some shit, like I would have for real believed it. That's what it looked like. He looks like just a beefed up Daniel Cormier. And Williams was able to like, he was much faster on the feet and was able to like blitz in and easily move him, like easily take him down and easily move him. And I think he ended up like 10 minutes of control time. So he mixes up things really well. I just don't think Bresky's really that good, and like I don't think Williams is great, but like he actually has things to like. Whereas like I really don't like much about Bresky at all. So my pick is Williams. If you're gonna bet it, I would go just Williams by decision because like I said, I don't think Bresky's gas tank is that bad to where like someone that doesn't have proven finishing capability at this level is gonna just all of a sudden finish him. Prop would, if I had to choose, would probably be like over 2.5 rounds, just because if you think Williams is going to win, it's probably going to last. And if you had to pick a super, I'd go for that like Williams TKO round 3 by the odd chance that like Bresky gasses and Williams really just does put the gas on him.
Gary, man, I've got to give my hats off to you, man, for 2 reasons. One, because that was a very solid breakdown. It was very, very, very technical. I enjoyed it. And 2, you were like completely willing to actually tape this fight. Like this is crazy, bro. This is Dana White Contender Series fight, and you were all in on taping this, and I could hear like the passion behind it. So hats off, brother. Good job, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. When I actually like, I just picked 2 random fights, and then it turns out both fights have 2 Contender Series people, one on each side. So it's like, yeah, it's tough to find fights too sometimes, but appreciate it.
Yeah, the other cool shit is Gary just jumped in when we posted that the group was open and we were looking for more guys to do tapes and give takes, bro. That was if I seen you before that, Gary, and I don't remember, I apologize, but that was the first time I really remember interacting with you a lot, and I think it's cool as shit that you just seen the post and was like, "Yep, let me in on that," and showed up and gave a good ass take. Trace, go ahead. Or wait.
Go ahead, Gabe.
You got yep. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of mad I didn't get in on that minus 140 on what's his name? Williams. Is that Williams, right?
Yeah, Carl Williams.
Yeah, I was looking at this fight. I think he's going to get takedowns pretty easily. Brzezinski gets up, but I think he's just going to keep getting taken down. I had Brzezinski in the last fight against Boudet. I thought he won, but Boudet fucking sucks. But yeah, I think same thing as what Gary was saying. Like he's going to get takedowns. Brzezinski. If you look at him before the Dana White Contender Series fight, when he weighed in, like right before, not on his Dana White Contender Series fight, but like the fight before, when he wasn't in or trying to get into the UFC or whatever, he was like fucking jacked. Like he wasn't like, he didn't have like a soft body or nothing. Like he fought a little bit different too. Like I didn't think he gassed as much either. So I honestly think he was on the juice before. And I think when they probably told him, hey, like you got to get off of it, and that's when his body fucking went to shit. And now he's definitely a different fighter. But yeah, I think Williams is gonna roll here, takedowns and more takedowns.
Very nice tale. Trace, take us home on this one.
Yeah, so for me, this one, like I first looked at it, I was like, man, there's too many unknowns. I'm probably going to avoid this fight, and I think I'm probably going to. But for the same reason that I'm avoiding it, you should probably play it, because if I'm avoiding it, there's probably a lot of people are like, well, there's too much unknown in that fight, and you don't know what's going to happen. So I'm just not going to put either of those guys in there. Plus, Williams is 9,000, so you've only seen one fight. He did out wrestle a legit wrestler on the Contender Series, but it's like you just don't know how well he's going to score. Plus, Lucas is also the more proven finisher of the two, and he went to a split decision with Martin Buday, which I mean that looks pretty good. I think, right? Isn't he putting people away? Yeah, he puts people away more often than not. Um, yeah, so uh, I'm not going to touch it. If I would, probably a dog or pass, just because it is a Contender Series guy that's the favorite, and it's a high price to pay for something you don't know. So I'm going to avoid it, but maybe you should pick a side and play it, because maybe a lot of people avoid it.
Yeah, 9,000 seems crazy for a guy that, that doesn't have that many fights in. I'm gonna put that down as an official avoid. I've been noting the DFS stuff as we go too, just so I kind of look at it, see how we're doing.
But like on
DFS.
DFS, if you have like a guy that gets a lot of takedowns, that usually scores you a lot of points, right?
Oh yeah, your wrestlers or some of your like, even if they go to a decision, if they're even like, it's honestly better if they're not a controller. If they're one of those guys that gets 13, like Marab, gets takedown after takedown after takedown, but can't keep people down, they get back up. All those takedowns, that's 5 points of takedown. So if they get 9 takedowns, that's 45 points right there. I mean, Marab's like, I don't know, like 6,800. Like even if he loses, he almost pays off his shit with just that, and you know he's gonna get takedowns. So yeah,
Right.
wrestlers and finishers, like them guys that are first round or bust. Those are like the kind of guys you want to aim for a lot of the time, because while they may lose, if they're most likely to win in the first round, especially in the first 60 seconds, I think it is, scores outrageously high. It's hard to beat that. I mean, Marab honestly has scored probably some of the highest I've ever seen, but I'll get to that later. But yeah, like wrestlers are your bread and butter for most of your lineups.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
I can see why Williams is so high then, because I think he's gonna get at least 3, 4 takedowns.
All right, I'm gonna lap this one out. All right, that's that. Next fight up is Brazil's Vitor Petroni versus Petrioni versus Anton
Turkle Turkle.
Turklich. And I wouldn't have been that far off from Sweden. This is a true pick 'em. The house takes 10%. This is what you literally consider even fucking money. -110, -110 right now. Tape is Gary again. Gary, you're
Hey,
up.
hang on 1 second.
Oh, wait.
I want
My
to go back.
bad.
I want to go back on what I said. Actually, I think I will play Williams for the sheer fact that I think that since Dumas is 8,800, more people are going to be tempted to go to Dumas. So I feel like he's going to draw more ownership. So I feel like you would get Williams at a really good discount price as far as ownership wise. And if he's the nuts, that puts you in an elite few of lineups. If he is uh,
The
that
big
poorly owned,
finish.
that lowly owned. So I mean, I think Williams is worth a look at, honestly. If he is that potent of a wrestler, uh, yeah, I mean, I think he could be good. So I think he actually is pretty sneaky, and I probably will play him. I'll probably switch out him and Dumas, honestly, to have equal ownership in both.
Fair enough. All right. Petrioni versus Turkali. Marin, you got tail of the tape
I
on this
mean,
one?
there really isn't much because the UFC.com website doesn't really have much. Vitor is undefeated 7-0. Anton is 8-1. They are young prospects. Vitor is 25. Anton's 26. That's basically all I have. They do have Anton's height, but we can't really compare it to Vitor. So I'm gonna just pass it over to Gary. That way he can do his work.
Yeah. Yeah, another Contender Series fight, basically. I think betting this fight in general is like, if, to be honest, like if anyone, maybe people just like had more tape available to them or something like that. But like to me, anyone that like feel strongly about it, it's like I really don't see how you like could feel too strongly about either side, and like both sides are polar opposites. Petrino marches forward, like throwing bombs. He leaves himself open. He's like really powerful, but I didn't see like crazy hand speed for real. Not a ton of volume, like one of those guys like that's throwing single strikes, like no combos, a lot of looping punches, which you don't love to see. Um, he like although he doesn't throw like true combos, I have seen him like on a few occasions throw like single punches in flurries, if that makes sense. Um, and he can be taken down if committed, but he's actually like from what I've seen, powerful enough to sweep and get up pretty consistently. He constantly chases those sweeps and submissions too. He's had pretty low level competition, and I think he's very muscular, but a little small for his weight class. Early in his career, I believe he actually had fights at middleweight. Um, and then on the flip side with Anton, he mixes it up well. Like it looks like he has pretty good technique both on the feet and like grappling wise. He ultimately like wants to get in grappling exchanges, and he uses his strikes to enter. He has finishes on the regional scene, but struggled on Dana White's to like really get control on the feet and in grappling. He kind of like hung on to Dos Santos basically like the whole fight, like up against the cage, like anacondaed him. Um, does not appear like, at least at this level, from what I've seen, to be like a true submission threat. Not incredibly strong for this weight. Kind of struggles to hold people down. Um, he got hit on Dana White's. He got hit with like a ton of bombs. Like was absolutely like eating bombs. And what's worrisome about that is like it's great if you think he can win the grappling, that's great. But like he seems confident enough to actually stand and exchange on occasion. And like the dude he was fighting, um, also Brazilian, but does not have like the knockouts on record that Petrino has. So that's like worrisome because this dude's definitely more powerful than Dos Santos. So if he eats those same shots, you got to think like there's at least a chance that he could go down. And I'm not sure that that confidence is warranted. Like he was very slow on the feet to me. So it ought to be interesting who wins that speed battle, because I didn't think either guy was like particularly slow. But gas is a weapon for him. If I had to take a side, I'd take like Petrino just because I feel like both guys are young and have, I think, flaws that can be exposed. But at the end of the day, like I think you got to go with the young guy that like also appears to be the more talented one or the more like naturally gifted one, right? Which would be Petrino. So like you got to trust him to figure things out and have a more exponential growth. Um, but I by no means like feel comfortable in betting Petrino. Like there's a chance, in my opinion, I think no matter how you bet this fight, like you're gonna feel stupid if you lose it because you're either gonna bet Petrino and watch Anton hang on him for literally the whole fight, or you're gonna watch Anton like take an early shot and probably get knocked out. So for that same reason, like I don't really think the over under is really playable at all because you might as well just pick the fighter at that point. Like if Petrino wins, he's probably winning inside the distance like he always has. And if Anton wins, it's by decision. Now, the main reason I swayed on Petrino, and this is my last like real point, is that I do think like there's some scenario where Petrino actually does enough damage because like Anton for real did not do like a lot of damage in his grappling exchanges. So like there is a world where I think Petrino does gas, but somehow gets enough damage in the second round to like win that round and win a decision. So my pick's Petrino. Bet would be like if you have it available, I would do like a Petrino by finish only because I really don't think there's a high odds that Anton finishes him. Where like where decision voids. And then prop would be Petrino by TKO. Super would be Petrino in round one, like by TKO probably.
Very nice take. Gabe, go ahead.
Real quick question for Gary. What was your take on Petrino's takedown defense?
Yeah, I thought that he could be taken down. My note was that like if you're really committed, which I do think Anton is, like he's fully committed to those takedowns. Like he literally will just hang on to you until you go down. I think in his contender series he got like 10 takedowns. So like from a fantasy standpoint, if that scenario plays out where Petrino can keep like getting up, right? He's just gonna get takedown after takedown, possibly. But like I don't think Anton is that strong. So it's like you can be as good as you want of a grappler and you can be as bad as you want as takedown defense. But like if you can constantly be powerful enough to sweep and get in good positions, which he showed he does, and chases submissions from that, it's like how useful actually is that grappling, especially if you're not doing damage with it.
Right. So yeah, because I mean, I didn't really look at tape for Petrino, but like I know who Anton is, and I know how he fights. But I noticed that like one of the first points he brought up, and I was like, I have to bring this up too because Anton is like super hittable, and then when you said Petrino has like some pretty good power, I'm like, all right, fucking Petrino by KO sounds like a good prop. But yeah, if he can be taken down, then that's kind of a hard one.
Yeah, that's why I said like I literally think if you bet on this fight, like you're literally just good. If you lose, you're gonna feel stupid, like no matter what, because it's gonna end like in the exact way that you saw coming, but chose to like not believe, essentially.
Yeah, sometimes it's obvious on both sides. It's just who's going to get it. Um, that was a very nice take, Gary. I don't see anybody else with their hand up, so I'm going to go. Let me scroll down. Yep. Trace, take us home on DFS.
Yeah, so for MMA DFS specifically, the 8,000 and 8,200 fight is a fight that you almost always want to have a side on in your lineup because they're usually always apart. When the nut, how do I explain it? The winning lineup usually always consists of one of those fighters from that 8K to 8.2K range. They're the most middle of the road. I guess it's the most like the 50-50 fight. I guess I'd say on paper for them. I'm not really sure, but so Brzezinski has had one fight and has lost. He scored pretty well in that. Oh no, wrong. Turkledge. Turkledge and Trino. All right, so Turkledge scored horribly in his one fight. He scored 4 points. Yeah, I remember seeing Anton Turkledge on the contender series, and I just remember thinking like, yeah, this guy's it's going to be a fade. I don't like what I see from him. He gets hit a lot. He doesn't have the best takedowns either. I honestly think Petrino is going to win this fight, so I will have Petrino in probably every one of my lineups. But you should have one of them or both sides for your lineup. I mean, if you think Turkledge wins, you probably need him in your lineup. If you think Petrino wins, you definitely want him in your lineup. So yeah,
That's the other thing that kind of like swayed me towards Petrino is like if you like, especially if you're one that believes in narratives and stuff like that, like Petrino earned his shot, right, whereas like Anton didn't get a contract. I believe he was on the Joe Pyfer episode, right, like the very first episode of the season where Dana just like absolutely blew up. um so it's like, and then they threw him at Jailden, right? They threw him at a catchweight with Jailden, where, like you said, he didn't score like anything on FanDuel. So it's like, I don't know. That tells you like all you need to know as far as like where each prospect stands with the UFC. In my opinion, like Anton isn't really someone that I think you can sell at this level because I don't think he can like reliably finish at this level.
he just seems so like a baby horse on new legs. Like he almost was just he couldn't get comfortable in there. I don't know. He seemed awkward when he shot for stuff. And if I remember right, he shot from really far out too. Like so, he was definitely like if you countered him, you'd be able to piece him up before he ever got to you. I don't know. I feel like he's a fade all around. But like I said, you do need to have ownership on probably both, just in case he does pull this off. Because more often than not, the 80, like I said, the 88,000 to 8.2 is the range that makes a difference on your fights. Because if you take anything else, you're taking too many dogs. I think that's what the problem is. You're taking too many dog shots and they're priced that low for a reason, you know. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
I'm
hitting
definitely
the
gonna have
pick'ems.
Petrino because I do think Petrino gets the knockout.
That's basically, Trace, is what you're saying is this is a true pick'em, and you need to be on the right side of a pick'em for budget reasons.
Exactly, because if Turkledge wins, it probably scores pretty well because it means he's probably out wrestling him. So, like I said, it isn't just because I'm all on one doesn't mean you should be all on one. Like if you think the guy's takedown defense is a liability, then maybe you want to be on Turkledge. But for GPP, you have to be able to take that shot on the guys that you don't think you're going to win, just because you need that long Hail Mary play on some fights. So, but
And for
yeah,
guys
but
that
plus
don't play
a guy named the
DFS,
Pleasure. His nickname's the Pleasure Man. He deserves to get his ass whooped. That's like a pervert name.
listen, for guys who don't play DFS, it's basically bulk slip playing. It's basically going into the 3-digit and picking your favorite 6 numbers and playing a whole bunch of fucking tickets on them.
So it's not like other sports like football or golf where they can lose and you still score well. Very rarely do you have fighters that lose and still end up being like you pretty much have to get every fight right to win a GPP. You need to have 6 winners almost every time, unless it's just like a crazy night where just bad shit happens and a very unpredictable night. But more often than not, yeah, that's
All right, I'm gonna lap this one out. Up next, we have Saeed Nurmagomedov versus Jonathan Martinez. Saeed is number 14 out of Russia. Martinez is fighting out of the United States. He's going off at plus 195. Nurmagomedov is minus 230. Marin, you got tail of the tape, bud?
Yes, sir. So I mean, this is pretty easy. Well, but anyway, Saeed is 17-2. These guys are pretty much paired up and everything. I'm gonna just read it off, and you guys are gonna fact check that. But Saeed is 17-2. Jonathan is 17-4. So that's kind of, I mean, just 2 losses more. But Saeed is 30 years of age. Jonathan's 28. Height wise, they're both 5'8". They're both 70 inches of reach. Technically, they're both the same leg reach because Saeed is 38 and a half, and then Jonathan is 37 and a half. So there you go. They're both equally. I just feel like Saeed is just people over here in the MMA community, they think, or commentators, they just think that he's the second coming of God. But yeah, there's the tell of the tape, guys. Do as you will.
All right. So on tape was, let me see here because I was a little off. I was looking at something else. It was Usman. Where are you at, bud?
Usman wasn't able to tape this one. I think Wes is going to take over for us.
Yeah. What's up, Wes?
Yeah, I'll take over for my boy Dravi down there. As I like to say, do your thing, Dravi, right? Give him a follow. MMA Geek, give him a follow, Dravi. So I'm going to try my best to sum up some of these notes because it is very long. Like he was very into this fight, but I'm going to give you guys the details. So he said Martinez is a very good striker, very good leg kicks. He's the main training partner of Chris Gutierrez, and they are up there with the best kicks in the division. He will damage people's legs. He kicks more than he punches, but he's accurate and fast with his kicks. He goes to the body often. He has very fast knees. Martinez is fast with the counter shots in the pocket. He can be touched up in the pocket and has been dropped before. He stated that he does not feel as if he has a bad chin. He saw him take very good shots and stay in fights. Even when he's hurt or in danger, he will fight to the end. You have to put him out to stop him. Some of his best past opponents had success with body shots against him and when they enter in the pocket. He has good wrestling, but will keep the fight on the feet most likely. He was a flyweight, little background information. He was a flyweight before entering the UFC. All right, so to beat him, you have to pressure him, make him uncomfortable, and touch him up in close range. He has very...
We lost you, Wes.
Oh, I think... Hello? Am I there?
Wes.
I got you. We can hear you.
All right. He has good cardio and will push in the third if needed. That was a moment where he was excited. He was talking about how he mixed up the body. It was beautiful. So he has a good jab, but sometimes he doesn't throw his hands and he's too patient. He checks leg kicks very often and well. He has good distance management and very quick on counter shots when his opponents rush in. For the most part, he has good defense and good eyes. He sees punches coming, and he's faster than most of his opponents. He throws his left hand and is very quick after the head kick. And ultimately, Dravi believes that he will mix in the leg kicks and that the fight will mostly be playing at range. He thinks you need to pressure Martinez and he can get caught in the pocket, but he does not feel as if Said will be able to catch him because he doesn't have very good hands. He's mostly a kicker like Martinez, but he's more of a flashy striker, and Martinez will beat up the legs to neutralize his movements. He has better cardio and has slightly better volume. He will look better late, and he sees it as a pick'em fight because of the fact that, again, Said he's a slow finisher. I mean, he's not a finisher, and basically he fatigues during fights.
That was an awesome breakdown, Driver. That's some good shit, brother. I'm glad you was able to come in and help us out with this, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
And
that's very nice take.
Wes, don't you have your own personal take on it as well?
Yeah. So I mean, we're going against each other here a bit. You know, he's has him at plus 200. I have said at negative 175. So like basically within his breakdown, like he said, like I think he has improved, but I just feel like it's come against like certain kind of opponents that don't like add the flashiness to it. So like I think Cub is like a bit slow past his prime. I don't think he committed to feints, for instance. Like my only read in particular, just speed it up, is that Martinez basically, like he said, he can get caught, right? He gets caught when you throw feints. You throw feints, Martinez gets caught. You can see it in the Perez fight. You can see it in the Davy Grant fight. You switch stances. Said switches stances a lot. I think he's going to make him fall onto something, throw a spinning elbow, throw a kick, put him out. You know, that's basically what I see.
I actually kind of agree with Wes. I'm pretty high on both these guys. I like both of them. But I think that Saeed he's very good at throwing the distraction. I don't know the appropriate term for it if there is one, but like, and I don't mean like a fake punch, but like he'll throw a good jab to set up a very fast kick that comes after. You know, he's very good at giving you one so that he can give you the speedy next one. And I think that he'll catch Martinez doing that. I think he'll catch him probably with a kick after a straight punch that, you know, Martinez moves out of the way of, and I think Saeed will get him with the kick. That's what I see. I do like Martinez. I think he's a really good fighter, and against other people, I'd probably be on him against a lot of other people. But I'm also under Magnum Madoff. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the only issue so I like Saeed, but the only issue that I could see is probably the leg kicks. But I think like when you look at both of these guys, like anytime they're in a fight, usually they're the favorite, right? And they always make you believe like the dog is live just because of how they fight. Like they're both like super counter oriented. They're not really like huge finishers or anything. Like even though Saeed has finished like his last two or whatever, like it's because of the matchups, and because they're trying to grapple him, and he has a nice darce. Um, but it's like, who's the better striker here? It's probably Saeed. Like who has the option to grapple? It's gonna be Saeed. So like Saeed has grappled before, and I think he can grapple here if he wanted to. But I think he can just win minutes on the feet. But yeah, I think everyone sees like the fact that like Saeed has had close fights before with like a lot of people, or like been losing fights like in the last one, and like, and I think people are just like, oh, let me just throw money on Jonathan Martinez, who is probably going to lose by, you know, split decision or whatever. It's like one of those fights where it's like, yeah, I could take like the quote unquote value of fucking Jonathan Martinez, but I think the side is definitely like Saeed.
My biggest worry is that Martinez will be able to time the leg kick when Saeed throws the head kick, and actually, you know, take him off his feet that way. Average, go ahead.
I got Saeed. I think he hurts him with that leg kick, probably drops him and grabs the back and locks in a sub, maybe first or second.
Nice. Wes, and then Trace will close out DFS.
Yeah, so I was gonna say like that was good intel because I didn't know he was like ranked number 14. And like for me, even little things like that matter. Like just me, I mean, it might sound narrative driven, but like, okay, piggybacking off what Gabe said, right? Like you got a guy that's like ranked number 14, like he's a brand even in itself. Like Said Nurmagomedov, even though he's not Habib's, family, it's like I don't think he's gotten this far to lose to a guy like Martinez. And I know that sounds disrespectful, but like even if it's a close fight, like, okay, who's gonna get that decision? I just feel like at the end of the day, Sade would get the decision. Like, because even in itself, like stylistically, aside from the brand, the style, he hits hard. Like he hits harder. Martinez rushes in with that kick. Boom, crack, got you. So I just think, man, it's like Gabe said, it's like, oh well, like I lose with Sade, I lose, but oh well.
Yeah, so what do you think, though? You think Saeed can counter the leg kick with the hook, and then Martinez might be able to counter the head kick with the leg kick?
Yeah, because like, okay, my thing is like I don't know too many fighters that win off leg kicks alone, though, right? Like recent fight that came to my mind, not recent, but like Hermanson when he fought Strickland. Remember that? Like, okay, he's killing like Strickland's legs, but he's still losing the fight. Like I think like Martinez's boxing is okay. I mean, I don't disrespect his boxing, but I just don't think he's going to be clean enough in that area per se. And like you say, yeah, I think Sade is going to counter a lot. Like I still think he's going to counter a lot. Like if you look at the Ione fight, like he was getting off on Ione early, and then Ione, he did weaken the legs, but he implemented wrestling as well. And then you look at Andrade Silva, for instance, okay, he's a tank and he kept pressuring forward. But we're talking two guys at distance. I just think he's just going to, like you said, keep countering, landing the hook, landing some of those kicks. But again, I think he puts them out. I just do.
Oh, yeah, I think the value, if you're taking Saeed, and I don't use that word, I think the smart bet is probably the finish. Most people that bet or bet, quote unquote, smart will at least look at the numbers and they're going to see he's got like 8 or 9 decisions and be like, oh, yeah, he's another Nurmagomedov that goes the distance, the over, the this, the that. But really, most of those decisions came before he entered the UFC. And since he's entered the UFC, for the most part, he's in there trying to get it fucking done. So I definitely think the finish is the play on him. Trace, take us home on DFS.
Yeah, so this is one of those fights that if you think Nurmagomedov wins, you probably don't put him in your lineup still because he is not a salary or he's not a scorer. Put it that way. In this fight, even though he beat Kakramanov and submitted him, he only put up 76 points. It doesn't show me what his value is on here, like what his salary was for that fight. But I mean, if he was 9,000 like he is mostly, uh, he didn't hit that value. So you're losing value on him. He's not 10x his value. At that point, he's barely 9x his value, not even 9x his value. But
So he's liability.
well, he just doesn't score well. So in his last fight, he scored 76 against Kakramanov. The fight before that against Silva de Andrade, he only landed 42 strikes the entire fight that went to a decision. He was priced at 9,200. He only scored 59 points. So big red flags right there. He did submit Stamen in the first round, which did score well, but Stamen's been on a decline. Stamen's not what he was anymore. And then he beat Striegel, whoever the hell that is, and scored 122 points. But me personally, I think this fight goes to a decision. I think it's a low volume fight. I don't think it's going to be a whole lot of. I think they're going to stand there and throw kicks at each other for mostly. That's how I see that fight going. So I don't think it scores well. So for me, this is a dog or pass play. If you think Martinez wins, then Martinez is a good play because Martinez is only 7,100, and when he wins, he scores against Swanson because he finished him. He scored 127, but in 3 decisions, he scored 67, 60, and 76. While he's still not covering his price quite well, he's still not going to be. You're not paying $9,000 for $9K for getting the exact same score from Nurmagomedov. Because I feel like they're a similar style fighter. I mean, they're on the outside skirting around, kicking and striking. They're more counter strikers than I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I feel like they're both counter strikers. So like, what happens when two counter strikers fight each other? They stare at each other. I feel like this is going to be a low volume fight. So for me, it's like I said, dog or pass.
So I'm no good at DFS. I suck at it. But my very quick take on it is Saeed is, if he is comparable price to Cedricus, I would take Saeed instead of Cedricus. Man, I really think it's a banger to start. I think this one will be fast paced, and I think he wins it, man. I think these boys are going to force the pace. They both have the pace in them. They both have the urgency in them when they move. They just need to be pushed. And
Not to poke a hole in your whole argument here, but let me read these stats off to you real quick. Against Kakramanov, fought into the second round, 7 strikes. Against Silva de Andrade, 3 rounds, decision, 42 strikes. Against Stamen, which was a first round submission, 7 strikes. Against Striegel, 18 strikes. Against Hani Barcelos, another decision, 55 strikes. Against Ramos, 17, and against Jared Scoggins, 65. He is not a I don't know where y'all have seen the
so does that
highlight
not
fights.
score well? 17 strikes and a knockout in the first round. I'm not being a troll.
No,
I'm
that
asking,
does.
does that?
No. That does. That does. If he finishes in the first round, but I don't think he's gonna like. That's what I said. If you think he finishes, then yeah. If you think he finishes in the first round, you just think he comes out there and starches them, whether it's knockout or chokes them out in the first round, then by all means, you're gonna want him on your playlist on your lineup because that does score well. But I have like 8 fights right here, and only 3 of those fights crack above 76 points.
All right. I'm gonna lap it out because we hit 15 minutes. That's the longest on the all night. Next fight on the card is going to be Ricardo Lamas versus Austin Lingo. Minus 350 for Ramos, plus 290 for Lingo. Ramos is Brazilian. Lingo fighting out of the United States. Tape on this fight goes to Lucky Dead Picks. Oh, wait. I do this a lot because I get ahead on the tape. Marin, tail of the tape, if you could.
Yeah, putting it up right now. Ah, damn it. All right, they're both coming off a win. Ricardo is 16-4. Austin is 9-1. They're basically the same in height. Austin is 5'10. Ricardo's 5'9. Ricardo has a better reach though, 72 inches compared to the 70 inches of reach for Austin. And if we look at the leg reach, it is 40 inches for Ricardo, and Austin has 39? Yeah, so it's the same. Now, trying to look at the odds right now. Give me 30 seconds right now. Trying to get the latest ones. Jesus. Okay, it's putting up right now. Let me see. Ricardo is minus 360. Austin is plus 270. So there you go, guys.
Dead Picks, what you got on tape?
All right. So there's a world where Ostalingo could win if he, what do you call it, gets a lucky fight like he did with Luis Saldana. But that's not gonna happen. Ricardo Ramos is he's not gonna have those issues that Luis had because Luis did get hurt in round 2, and that was like probably like the best things that I've seen from Austin that would lead me to believe, like okay, this is probably a chance where he could win. But so let me just backtrack. Austin Lingo is he has a boxing style that he has a boxing style that he presses forward with. But the thing is, his boxing pattern gets really played out. Like you could find it out like after within like after round 1, you could pretty much tell like what he's going to start throwing. Not because it's telegraphed, just because he has like a certain rhythm that he gets into. It's like a jab, overhand, and like a hook, and it's just easy to tell what he's gonna do. Like I see all these guys that he's been fighting, Yusuf Salal, even Jacob Kilburn, would like they were able to just roll his punches, and it was it looked okay. What do you call it? Because it looked like he was hitting, but in reality, like these guys were literally just rolling through his punches. Yeah, Austin Lingo, like he doesn't really use leg kicks. He should actually because he's pretty decent with them, but he doesn't use them enough. he does a lot of clinch work because of his boxing style. So because of that, he could be clinched, but he also could clinch back, and he does do that. I've seen that a lot. When I was watching him, he would clinch up on the cage a lot, and it would just look like like a boxing match. I think that's really what he does. Like that's really his style. Like he has a deficiency in takedown defense. Like these guys, like even Luis Saldana, like he was hurt. What do you call it with one of his legs after round two, and he was still able to find ways to, like get a leg and get a clinch up in the cage, and it's just like it's concerning because if you go to Ricardo Ramos's fight against Bill Algeo, like you can see like okay he doesn't really have the greatest wrestling for takedowns, but he does have the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which would allow him to get trips, maybe even get a fucking judo throw that I've seen fucking Luis Saldana was able to do to Austin Lingo. I just I think Ricardo Ramos is elusive footwork and his elusive kicks and all that. It's gonna be too much. The thing is, if he does what do you call it, start to gas, what do you call it, then it could be a problem where um, Algio, where Austin Lingo could take the later rounds, but I don't see it. I think Ricardo Ramos is gonna have too much overwhelming what do you call pressure, what do you call it, with the leg kicks and the spinning elbows, what do you call it? Because they're really there, like the elbows are there, what do you call it, to hit on Austin Lingo. It's like if you seen the fight with Suboria, like you could see that Ricardo Ramos did land like a nice elbow on him, and he does have nice elbow knockouts. He has two of them. He did get one against Danny Chavez like in his last fight. So I I was just trying to find ways for Austin Lingo to win. I mean, it's there, but like I said, it would have to be against a compromised Ricardo Ramos that I just don't see happening. I like Ricardo Ramos as the bet money line. I would even take decision because although I do see he could probably get a sub if he does trip him and take him down, I just for some reason feel like Austin Lingo's going to be a little too hard to put away. Like he does have heart, like he is a little hard to put away. Like I'm not gonna lie, like you guys were not doing enough. But yeah, I'm just gonna stick to Ricardo Ramos as the bet. Ricardo Ramos is the pick. Ricardo Ramos sub will be the super prop, and the prop will be decision Ricardo Ramos.
Very nice. Wes, go ahead.
So like I think that the I guess hidden secret, so to speak, were in some of the things you said though, Dad. Because okay, for one, you said that his wrestling is not basically efficient. So if you take that off the board, then what does he do? He doesn't have better boxing. So like I'm on Austin Lingo KO plus 475. I think the number is stupid. I think he's gonna knock him out. I think he's not durable. Like he got knocked out by said finished pretty easily. If you look at when he fought Murphy, for instance, right? Like all he had to do was kind of pressure cook him a bit, right? Then he took him down on the ground, beat him up on the ground. You look at even, I mean, like Zubaira, like he got pressured and then he got beat, right? Like if you're getting beat up by Zubaira and he's just pressuring you and beating you up, like your striking defense is not good. So like I think Lingo has so many ways to get a finish. For me, it's kind of one of those situations like if you don't knock him out, you're not doing something right then. So that means that basically like you're getting taken down repeatedly or something. But I just think that when you mix in everything, the fact that he's going to pressure him, I think that that's his beneficiary. Like even if you look at the fight with Saldana to me has better movement than Ramos. Like so he was missing some of those strikes. And he's always getting like a knockdown. Like he still knocked down Saldana and he knocked down his opponent before that. So I'm like, if he lands one of those nice shots on Ramos, like, Ramos is just going to cave. He's going to put him out. So that's how I see it. I got the knockout.
Nice counter take. Very nice counter take. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you, I don't know, I even like picking a side is like kind of hard, but
I think I'm gonna end up playing the fight doesn't go to decision. It's like minus 125. I think Lingo can knock him out, and I think Homos can find a sub or something. And then Lingo's pretty hittable too, so it's that fucking spinning elbow that Homos likes doing. I'm sure will land a few times, and Lingo's durable, but I mean I don't know many people that are just taking spinning elbows to the mouth.
Yeah, so I'm doing an 8 legs prop parlay, and this is one I do have for round 2 starts. I know it's a silly one, but they give you all these dumbass props, and you can stack some of them up and get pretty good odds. I'm not saying goes the distance, but I do have it at round 2 starts. Anybody else got their hand up on this one? That's all right. Trace, take us home with DFS.
Yeah, so this is one of the fights I have marked down for ownership on both sides. If you think um, Ramos wins by submission, if you think he's able to get him down and hold him down and just pretty much control him for 3 rounds, even if he doesn't get the finish, then he probably scores pretty well. If he finishes in the first round, he'll definitely for sure cover his bill. He's 9,500. He's the second most expensive player on the slate. But more often than not, he does cover that price when he gets finishes. So my thing would be, if you think he gets the finish, you probably want him in your lineup because he probably scores well. I think there's better options up top, me personally. But I do have Lingo as one of my top dog plays on the slate just because he's only 6,800. I believe it's 6,800. Let's see. He is 6,700, and in his wins, he's covered that price. So if you think he wins, even if you don't think he gets a finish, he's so cheap that you can get him in your lineup, and he could easily hit his 10x mark. So I feel like they're both good plays. You should have equal ownership on both.
Very nice. I'm going to lap this one out. Up next is number 6, Nikita Krylov versus number 8, Ryan Spann. I don't actually know where Krylov fights out of, if I'm being honest.
Pretty sure he trains at Gustafsson up there in Sweden.
In Sweden? Okay. Then we're going to go with Sweden. Spann, United States. Spann's plus 145. Krylov is minus 170. Marin, you got tail of the tape?
Yes.
Remember, this is catch weight, 215.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to tell you that I did read it. Well, it's not on the Google version of the UFC Fight Night, but it was on the UFC.com website. So that's how I got it. I don't know. There's so many changes to this card. But anyways, Nikita Krylov, like you said, 29-9. And then we got Ryan Spann, 21-7. They're both coming off a win. Ryan Spann is taller. He is 6'5" compared to the 6'3" of Nikita. He also has a better reach advantage, 79 inches compared to the 77.5 of Nikita. Also better leg reach, which is 45.5 compared to the 44.5 of Nikita. If we look at the odds, they got Nikita. They got Nikita as a favorite, minus 175. Ryan Spann is the underdog at plus 145. And to answer your question, it says here on Wikipedia that Nikita is Ukrainian.
Ukrainian. Got it. Okay. So I taped this fight before. I won't rant too hard because I think I gave this take actually already before the fight got canceled. So Spann's the second tallest light heavyweight. He's got great reach. Man, last fight, what have you done for me lately? Means a lot to me on this one. If he is not lying, this is the first fight he trained more than 3 weeks for when he fight Dominic Reyes. And he looked great. Physically, his physique, he looked great. His power looked great. His patience from training looked great, bro. He hit him early, hurt him, still walked him down. Didn't lose his composure. He was ready to take the gilly. He thought he could find it for a second. But he stayed patient. Then you go back to the Kudalaba fight, which apparently he didn't train but more than 3 weeks for that one. He let go and connected with some punches early. The big takeaway from that one, he dropped a ghillie in the blink of an eye in the fight. There's not a lot of guys that size that will drop that ghillie as fast as he does or grab it. And he's big and he's tall. He can grab it standing and drop his weight. And he's very good at using his size when he grabs it. Anthony Smith, he actually hurt Anthony. Anthony got hurt and went into instant kill mode, and the dude is a finisher. I mean, Anthony's got like 32 out of 35 wins by finish. Like, he went into mode and he got him. The fight was 3 fights ago. He RNC'd him, and I know Nikita Krylov, people automatically assume decision machine, but like, he's got piss poor control IQ. There's no way around it. You can watch the fights. You can watch the Ozdemir fight. You can watch the Gustafsson fight. You can watch the Paul Craig fight. He throws the same weak ass shove kick to try to maintain distance. Some of them guys catch it. Craig caught the shit out of it. His volume on the ground, if he does has control, is piss poor. The decisions he makes in transitions is piss poor. The fact that he has all those submissions is absolutely astonishing to me. Like, I don't know if that was a different trainer ago. I don't know what changed for him. But like, his ground game is just I don't know. I'm not impressed by it regardless of the submissions. The last fight, this fight was scheduled, I think 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and it got canceled, I think 2 weeks ago, because Krylov was having issues cutting weight. So now it's at 215. He had taken ill. I think I had favored Span before. I favored him as the pick, as the bet, and inside the distance as the prop. The fight to end inside the distance is the prop, and Span to win inside the distance is the super prop. I still feel that way. If you were leaning Krylov before and you were close, I would consider the extra weight. Span is already a very big guy and already hits very hard. He was already down to weight and got to bulk back up a little bit, so he's only got to do a small cut. I may look for him by knockout. Who's got their hand up? I think it was Average first, and then Wes. Go ahead, Average.
I'm gonna keep it simple. I think Span knocks him out. Like you said, he's a pretty big dude already, and then the extra weight. So yeah, I think he finishes him.
Nice. Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you could also add a motivational aspect, man. I mean, the dude was crying at the during conference because they couldn't get the fight, man. Like, my heart goes for him. Like get the win, brother. Like, I mean, he was literally crying. Like, we put in the work so much. That's his exact quote. So, I mean, go get him, Span. Like, you should get it done.
Yeah, I think so. I think the fact that the line is still where it's at after Krylov had the weight issues and shit, and after the movement up in weight for catch weight, I don't know. I just sometimes I don't get the line. It doesn't mean I'm right because I don't get it. Sometimes I don't fucking get it. Gabe, go ahead.
I feel like everyone's on Span. I don't really understand it. I mean, other than like a sub, sure, but like Krylov is generally pretty durable. So like I don't understand why like people just think he's gonna walk in there and just fucking knock this dude out. Like, I get he's like super hittable and shit, but Span is the same way though. Like, his fucking chin is awful. Like, I think people forget, like, the dude, like, he gets touched and he fucking dies. Krylov will sit in there and he'll get rocked and he'll tire out and shit. But he's a fucking dog. Like, if anything, like, I would take Span by sub, sure. But yeah, I mean, other than him like crying at the fucking interview, like, after that you better fucking win. If you're crying that hard over fucking shit being canceled, like, I get there's other things behind it, like the whole training camp and like fucking training your ass off and not getting to fight or whatever, but like, if you cry at your interview and you don't win this fight, like, that's hilarious, honestly.
Gabe says, "I do not give a fuck about your feelings."
Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was gonna tell him that like my boy Polish Fences, and he has like a really good record with both of these guys. Like he's on Span Fences, and he was saying that like the reality is everything is there for the choke though. Like it's the way that Krylov shoots, everything. Like even the way he strikes, right? Like I know you're saying like Span is chinny, but honestly, like Span usually gets hit like on the back of his head though, to be honest. Like his back on the head is the kryptonite for Super Span, like it's weird. It's always people find a way. Like Roberson elbowed him on the back of the head. But I don't think his chin itself is weak though. I mean, like, and Krylov doesn't sit down on his punches. Like Anthony Smith, he sat down on his punch. Krylov doesn't do that. He just comes in like swinging like wild and all of that. So he's like right there to get chin really. So I can understand why people like Span. I don't think it's one of those like overvalued things, but I do feel you. Like I get the danger because Krylov's still going to bring it, but I don't think it's crazy. Like, oh my God, why do you guys like Span,
Very fair. Very fair. Aussie.
Yo, how's it going, fellas? Yeah, I think.
Nice to see you again. What you got on this fight?
Yeah, man. Same as last time, man. I really like Span. I was kind of really heavy on him last fight, and everybody was kind of on the other side. It was all on Krylov, and then yeah, so I'm not as heavy on him this time, but I did get some sub prop at plus 625 today, so I hit that, hoping he'll catch a guillotine. But yeah, besides that, I was so confident last time, and this time, not so much, just because so many people I respect are on the other side. So I'm still laying it.
Hey,
still
don't let
going
other
for
people
it.
sway your opinion, man. You got this.
Oh man, it saved me a couple of times, to be honest, where I've been so full on. Like I wish I had to listen to everyone when I was on Andrade. I was on Andrade big, and some of the guys I really respect, other betters, like fucking talking to me like I'm crazy, and I thought they were crazy. Next thing you know, I'm down $200 and they've all cashed.
A boob pops out and you lose
Yeah, I
$200.
don't buy that
Forming
shit.
normal news, brother.
Yeah,
News.
yeah. But I'm hoping Span gets it done. I see a bigger upside for him in the future. I think he can take on some of these guys at the top end. But if this fight gets past the second round, man, it is going to be sloppy as shit. It's not going to be a good fight. So I'm hoping either way, we get to see the best of somebody. I hope somebody comes out and really looks good, either guy, so we can kind of see where they go from here.
I'm on Team Span. Usman, what you got?
Yo, I was agreeing with Gabe in the fact that Krylov definitely is a dog, but are we not worried about the fact that Homeboy just had issues cutting weight 2 weeks ago? Now he's back, and I know it's a catch weight. They're giving him extra weight, but he got fuck up his chin. It's just durability in there.
I think he claimed food poisoning, right? He said he got food poisoning, and I think if it was weight cut issue, he probably wouldn't have taken a fight so close to having the weight cutting problems. But yeah, I think he said that he got food poisoning, so who knows?
Yeah, food poisoning doesn't make sense because you're going to lose a bunch of weight. I don't know why he would want to give Span the extra size. I don't know, bro. I'm not mad at anybody that's on Krylov, but I watched a lot of tape on it. Like I actually watched the tape, and man, I don't think Ryan has the highest IQ in the octagon. I actually think if he had a higher IQ, he had Anthony Smith beat. I could go back and show you pinpoint the moment in the fight where he fucking hurts Anthony, and then he chooses to like wrap up with Anthony when he should have just stood up and kept fucking punching him. So like I don't think he has the highest IQ. I actually think if he trains more and increases his IQ, man, Ryan Spann might really, I don't know. I'm not going to say title contention or not, but man, he might really climb the rankings, get into the top 5, maybe top 3. Maybe get there depending on who's there. But I think Krylov's biggest tool is going to be trying to get him down. And I think Spann, bro, I don't know if you guys have seen Ryan Spann throw people off of him when they try to lay on top of him on the ground, but he does it very, very well. He throws them halfway across the fucking octagon with double leg pushes. Man, he is no joke with them leg pushes. And Krylov doesn't have high IQ on top, man. I don't care about all the submissions. Go watch the tape. He does not have high IQ with top control. I think Spann just easily fucking chucks him across the cage, stands back up, and forces him to fist fight. It's just my take, man. I'm not trying to oversell it, but I taped the shit out of this one, so you get a little passionate about it. Trace, what you got on DFS?
Hold up, we got somebody requesting. They might have a. What you got? 7-figure? Is that baby?
Yeah.
That's baby.
Yeah. Drinking dope turned me to a superhero. Yeah.
We do not own the rights to this song, I like to say.
Oh, y'all some haters, dog. Try to spice up this room. You hating, big dog.
All love, brother. All love. I'm just saying I ain't trying to get sued, man.
What up, baby? We're on
Hey, we
almost the
need baby
last
right
fight.
now, man. I was just saying we need some fucking flavor in here, bro. We need some laughs. We need some passion here, man.
And that nigga Trace wanna fuck it up, but it's all love, dog. We gotta get back to business. Fuck it.
Anyway, Trace, what you got on DFS on this one?
Yeah, man. This is one of the fights that I'm gonna have ownership on both sides of. I don't think this fight goes to a decision, so somebody's getting finished here, and for their prices, they usually cover their price tag. Against Ozdemir, even though he didn't get a finish, he was priced at the same price he is right now, 8,600, and he put at 127, 121 at 8,600, and then 105 at 8,600. So when he wins, he finishes. He pay, or even if he don't finish, he pays his price tag. So there's that, and then there's Ryan Spann, who also covers his price tag in every fight when he wins. He was priced at 6,900, which he's a little higher this time. Last time, 103 points for 6,900, so he almost doubled his value, so almost 20x. So yeah, man. I mean, pick your side. Pick if you feel strongly on one fighter, I would put him in your lineup because if you think he's going to win, he's more than likely going to win by finish, and they'll cover their price tag. But like I said, I'll have ownership on both sides.
Hey, yo, Trace. Hey, what you mean? Like somebody like 9,000? Like you got to
So
put up 9,000 for the fighter? Like
no.
cash? Or...
So when you play DraftKings DFS, they give you a salary of $50K, and what it averages out to be, it ends up being 83.33 per fighter. So you can take. So if the high
You got to get
probability,
6 fighters and 50 grand, and each fighter has a value, baby.
right? So you can either go high with them, which is like the 9K, which are the big favorites. So you usually want one of those, or you're going to get one of those in your lineups because they're that expensive for a reason. They're going to win, more often than not. So yeah, you got 60K or 50K to work through 6 fighters. So you just pick favorites, and then if you like a few dogs, you might have to grab a few dogs that you like because you only have so much salary to spend.
Gotcha.
So the best rule of thumb for it is if you think they can score more than 10x their points, they're worth putting in your lineup. So if there's $7,500, if they score 75 points, they covered their bill. But if they
So,
don't, then they're a liability for you. They can make you lose because of that.
so you can make a lot of money off like getting the points right. Yeah, is that what you're
Oh
saying?
yeah, man. These are GP. Like you can play cash, which is like if you pay $5, half of the entries will get double their money back for being right. So that's cash lineups. Those are they say for DFS that's the best way to go. Like you're not going to win big sums of money, but you're going to constantly keep doubling the money that you're investing. They have I actually haven't really paid attention to cash lineups. I don't really do them. But like for golf, for cash lineups, you can do up to $444. So you put $440 in, you make your lineup. If you're in the top 50%, you doubled your money. So yeah, I mean, you can get up there and make good money doing this. And I've heard that uh, MMA is one of the easiest ones to do on cash. So it just depends on how big of the prize pool is that they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
so
They
like
the
got other
one
formats
GPPs,
for
for
like
GPPs, I enter with $5, uh, $1,500 the first. So you can win it all, or you can win nothing, or you can just double your money.
I saw them plays that people be making like $500,000 off a dollar. Is that what they doing, or just
You remember
knockout?
remember we had the Degenerate 75 in here, and we posted all those screenshots of his winnings. That's from doing GPP in golf. He's a golf guy, and he's won $50,000. He came in third place on the Million Maker. I think he said he made 150K off that. Like the dude's made some money. Like he retired in his 40s. Like he only plays DFS, and he said he easily makes 100K a year playing DFS.
Dang, I'm in the wrong state then.
He said the
Fuck.
problem is like he's like you might lose 360 days out of the year, but those 5 days he wins, he more than makes all his money back and enough to keep playing. You know what I'm saying? Not have to go get a job. So you can't expect to hit every time, but when you do, you hit good.
Man, that shit's like a cheat code. So they got that side, then you got
listen.
the bookies with the you could parlay prop bets. That's like, dang, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's all, baby. It's controlled prop bets or parlays. It's controlled parlays by value of fighter. They put a value on each fighter, and you got to stay within the limit. It's basically controlled parlays, and then they score the fighters. So whoever gets the best score wins. That's 20 minutes between two fights. I'm gonna lap that shit, and we're gonna jump on because there's still two fights left on the night. Light or heavyweight number 8 Alexander Volkov versus number 13 Alexander Romanov. Volkov is out of Russia. Romanov is out of Moldova at minus 165. Volkov is plus 140. Marin, you got tail of the tape on this?
Yes, sir. So Volkov is 35-10. Romanov is 16-1. 34 years of age for Volkov, 32 for Romanov. Let me see. Volkov is taller in every aspect. 6'7" compared to the 6'2" of Romanov. 80 inches of reach compared to the 75 of Romanov. And 47.5 of leg reach compared to the 43 of Romanov. Well, they got Romanov as a favorite at minus 155, like you said, and then plus 130 for Volkov. My boy Drago. I got the boy Drago.
All right, so on tape for this fight was Andrew.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. I'm actually kind of a little bit more pumped up for this fight because anytime like Gabe or Wes disagree with myself, anytime there's a disagreement, it always gets me more pumped. That just it makes me want to watch that fight even more because I think these guys are going to be doing push-ups after Saturday. But yeah, we got classic striker versus grappler Volkov and Romanov. We all know who Volkov is. He's been in the UFC for a while. Extremely tall, lengthy kickboxer. He has a really nice jab, straight kicks to the body that I love to keep his distance. He does have knockout power. Like I said, he uses his reach well. And he's got exceptional takedown defense. Let's be real. There's one outlier in his career where he had terrible takedown defense, and it was against Curtis Blades. Curtis Blades did take him down like 14 times. However, what does that tell you? He fucking got up 14 times. So if you saw how if we know how skilled Curtis Blades is, and if you saw how tired he was after that fight, granted it was 5 rounds, I mean he used a lot of energy. His only losses are to him, Gone, Aspinall, Lewis, all elite heavyweights, or Lewis not so much anymore, but you know what I mean. We got Romanov on the other side. He's a very strong chain wrestler. He's got pretty good top control, and he does use his weight well when he's on top. He also has the ability to submit people. In my opinion, he's extremely one-dimensional. If you guys remember Jesse Taylor back in the day at the Ultimate Fighter, he's got like 50 career fights as well, but he's got one strategy and one strategy only. He's going to try and take you down, and then he's going to try and sit in half guard, or he's going to try and get your back for the rear naked choke. If his game plan goes well, he wins. But if his game plan doesn't go well, he loses every time. And that's what I feel about Romanov. I feel like Romanov is going to gas out I think he's just going to put so much energy in all these takedowns. I don't know how many he's actually going to get on Volkov. I think Volkov is a tough test. He's going to use that straight kick to keep the distance. He's going to put some power punches on him. I don't know how much I trust a knockout or anything like that. But for me, the pick here is Volkov. The bet is Volkov money line at plus money. I have it at 134. That's pretty much all I have. I don't really want to get into it. I'm curious to see what Gabe and Wes have on this.
What would you, and listen, that's not like big accountability or nothing, bro. What would your prop be? You think he's going to knock him out, or you think it goes the distance?
I think it's probably going to go the distance just because, again, we know Romanov's what Romanov's going to do. He's just going to try and take him down. You're going to see some clinch fighting. You're going to see a lot of clinch. You're going to see a lot of clinch. It's going to slow the fight down. I don't know if Volkov is going to get that one punch. I think he can get him out in volume. Maybe like round 3. You could like try throwing a round 3 TKO, but I don't get fucking cute like that. That's just not my style. But it's a possibility.
I just gotta throw this on there, Andrew. I like the JT money call out, little Jesse Taylor, but you gotta be respectful, man. Romanov's made the walk a few times. He won the Ultimate Fighter twice and still ain't never fought in the UFC because he makes bad choices.
Yeah, man, he was fun. He was actually exciting, and he had a lot of potential, but he's just one of those guys who couldn't get out of his own way, unfortunately. Romanov is obviously a lot better than him. Like, I don't want people trying to be like, oh, you compared him for skill. It's like not the level of the skill, but in terms of fighting style. Romanov is zero striking. There's nothing you can say to convince me otherwise.
Just 100%
He has
wrestling.
no ability to strike with anybody.
Go ahead, Gabe.
Yeah, I think Volkov is kind of like he's getting to that over the hill point. It was funny because I was telling Wes he liked Rosenstrike, or I don't think he ended up betting Rosenstrike, but it was funny as Volkov was walking out, and I was like, "Oh, Volkov is winning, 100%." And he's like, "Why do you say that?" And I said, "Well, he's got fucking a full head of hair again. It's interesting." So it's like I don't know, like Volkov got taken down by Aspinall and fucking subbed and won, right? I think it was one. And like Aspinall's BJJ is cool and all, but Romanov he's legit on the ground. So and then Blades isn't like a submission guy. So I could see where like Volkov maybe gets up or whatever, but I think he's just gonna keep going back down. And even if you look at the Tybura fight, like he was fucking tired. Like he wasn't like the Volkov like we're used to seeing, where like he he pushes past it and like is able to go 5 rounds or whatever and piece people up and this and that. Like he looked good versus Rosenstrike, of course, because Rosenstrike fucking doesn't throw anything, and he doesn't wrestle. So I don't know. I think Romanov's gonna get his takedowns, and you're gonna have to deal with like it's like almost like the Anton versus Petrino fight, except like Volkov. I don't think Volkov even has like crazy power or anything. Even when he's gained all this weight and looks all massive now, like he don't have like anything crazy that like Romanov hasn't been hit by before. Romanov's like been cracked a lot, but I don't know. I think he's just gonna keep wrestling and wrestling until fucking if he dies, he dies. But I think he's 100% the side. Like you can't play Volkov and just expect Romanov to die the whole time, especially like skinny Romanov. Like skinny Romanov is like he's progressed. I think out of like he still gasses and shit, but I think he's a lot better than he was before.
I gotta ask, Gabe. You specifically said he had hair. Are we fading baldies? What's the thought on that?
I've noticed like whenever I look into like fights and shit, like when like people come back like off of like layoffs, like when Jesse Ronson came back against Rafa, I was telling Wes that too. Like not only are like a bunch of people on Jesse Ronson, like he's been off or whatever, But like he came back and he had like no hair and like it was just I was just like no fucking like there's no way this fucking guy wins. Like he's not even good first of all. And then like he comes back and he looks like he fucking went through a fucking midlife crisis and shit. So it's like the same thing with Volkov. Like Volkov came in with like no hair against fucking Tybura. He looked like shit. He still won. I bet him there. But like at fucking minus 260 or whatever the fuck he was, like I was fucking sweating because he was a huge bet for me, especially when I lay that big of a price on something. Like usually I'll play it straight, but like when you're barely beating Tybura, like and you're letting him win, you know, a round or whatever on him, it was fucking rough. And like see him like as tired as he was it was very irritating. And then yeah.
Yeah, bro, but you gotta remember, AP shaves the head, Dubs, John Jones shaves the head, Dubs, bro. You
No,
gotta
it's
remember.
not about shaving the head though. It's like you see the fucking balding. Like the dude had like a fucking widow's peak back to the middle of his head, and then the next fight against Rosenstrike, he had a full head of hair. So
Oh
then
yeah, I got you.
I told Wes, and I was like, dude, Volkov's winning. He's about to look like the old Volkov. And then he's like, all right, we'll see, whatever. Fucking Volkov comes out and fucking starts his Rosenstrike in I think the first round.
Usman, what you got?
Yeah, I think Wes was up first.
Yeah,
My
no,
bad.
you can go ahead though, Usman. I'll go after you. It's all good. Go ahead.
Nah, I was gonna say one thing that was, I guess, concerning for me was both men's bodies. It's like Volkov was tired at the end of that fucking Curtis fight, and that was back when he was a little bit thinner, man. This guy, like, I can't. In these last couple of fights, I feel like he's just getting bigger and bigger, and I fucking see those kicks, and I'm like, yo, he's throwing mammoth legs out there. This guy looks fucking humongous. Now Romanov is losing some weight, and all he's gonna do in this first round is shoot fucking takedowns, hopefully. How is Volkov gonna fucking keep up with all that? And is he gonna get fucking tired after the first round because he looks so fucking humongous nowadays? I think Romanov's definitely gonna take it to the ground and get that finish.
Nice. Wes, what you got?
Yeah, this would be one of those another renditions of if you don't get the KO, you're doing something wrong. Like, and I understand that people are like, oh, Volkov will win a decision. It's just like the Jalen Turner situation again. It's like, okay, well, here it is. Like, you're the best striker that he's ever faced, right? And you're big and you're much bigger, right? Like, if you do not knock out Romanov, right, like that means that literally he's doing his thing. Like he's wrestling you. He's taking you down, man. It's like it is what it is. So like my thing when I look at Volkov, right, like he was able to prevent the takedowns with Tybura because Tybura's not that efficient with his takedowns and he usually gets them from within the clinch. But when you look at Romanov, he does have a diversity with his takedowns. He can do them from the clinch. He can also have singles, and then he has the Greco-Roman takedowns. So like, I also think the cardio thing is a bit like overstated because, like, all right, I had Espino over him, and obviously I was robbed, but whatever. So in that fight, I knew that Espino could counter wrestle him, and I also knew that, of course, Espino has a very, very wide base. Like he's a big boy, you know. So yeah, he's gonna get tired there. It doesn't matter. So even Tiberius, the same thing. I know people bring up the altitude. I think it's the same thing. He would have got tired anyway because he's a big boy. It's like a big base. He can counter wrestle. Volkov, I don't really believe that. Like you said, like Aspinall took him down easily, man. Curtis was taking him down. Um, I think Romanov will get him down too. And it's like, now you got to sweat because his jiu-jitsu is good. Like he can just slice through the guard like butter, man. Like, oop, got you. Now he's grounding and pounding you and everything. So, yeah, I do think the fight doesn't go to decision though. Like either way, it's like, all right, Romanov, he gets him down, he's gonna go for that finish. Like he's definitely gonna go for the finish on a guy like that. So I think the best play would probably be fight doesn't go to decision, in my personal opinion. But yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Aussie, what you got?
Yeah, mate, I really like Romanov fight prospects, especially the heavyweight division's pretty thin, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to this fight. I think it's a good step up for Romanov. But my biggest issue with him is he gets these takedowns really easy, but he spends so much energy to get them, like these flipping them over his head, these big fucking suplexes he's doing, and I think he's going to fade a lot in these fights. We've seen it against Tybura. So if he can manage himself and his excitement, just go for simpler takedowns, not so flashy and throwing everyone ass over head. Yeah, I think he's going to get this finish. I think he's going to get him down. I think he's going to tap it. I think he can tap him out or knock him out. I'm probably just going to play whatever is the better odds, knockout or submission, but I see him getting it done within the first 2 rounds.
Nice. Trace.
There's a lot of money on him. There's a lot of money on Romanov right now.
Speaking of
Yeah, I got
Vespino,
him.
where the fuck is that guy?
When it first came out too, I got him at that -110, so I was lucky.
Man, fade the public. Trace, take us home on DFS.
Yeah, man. So for me, this is a Romanov or pass. Volkov, even when he wins, doesn't really score high points. He's not super active anymore. Like, he doesn't throw the amount of strikes he used to throw anymore. But even when he wins, he doesn't score well. Like, he's priced at 7,600, and in wins he scored 66 points, 64, 88. I mean, he doesn't really pay his price off that often, even if he gets a finish. I mean, basically, if you're going to play Volkov, it's because you think he goes out there and he wins in the first round, because any other way he doesn't cover his price tag. So for me, that's an instant fade on Volkov just for that reason alone, because I don't think he's going to come out there and just starch Romanov. I think it'll be if he wins, it'll be an endurance win. And like you said, that's not even who he is anymore. That's more or less the old Volkov. So Romanov, on the other hand, is one of them guys that even in a loss, I mean, he obviously is not going to cover his price tag in a loss, but 51 points against Tabora in a loss, that's pretty fucking good. That you could still be alive in some lineups with him losing if he put out that kind of numbers. But in his wins, he has put out 112, 134, 110, 128, and then against Juan Espino, he only scored 67. So more often than not, he covers his price tag and then some. Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you see a fighter that averages, like, they give you the fantasy points per fight average. He averages 100.4, so he's an auto punch into my lineups, as long as I can afford him to make a decent lineup with everybody else I want to get in. The problem is this week is, man, there's just so many good fights that have good chances of being finishes. You're really going to pick the fights, like which one you think you're going to get the best value on for your buck. So, I mean, this is a hard fight, or a hard card to do. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Fair enough. Lap that shit. So up next is the main event of the evening. Peter Yan, out of Russia, -250 versus Merab Dvalishvili.
There we go. That's my boy.
From Georgia at +210. Marin, give us tail of the tape, and then I'll take it right back on this.
Yeah, it's well, like you said, it's Peter Yan. He's 16-4, 3 years of age, out of Russia. He's fighting the Georgian wrestler Merab, 15-4, 32 years of age. He is ranked number 3, just because he doesn't want to fight the champion. But then Piotr is ranked number 2. He is coming off a loss. Merab's coming off a win. They're basically the same in everything over here. Even the height, 5'7" compared to 5'6". Piotr is barely 1 inch taller. Merab has a better reach, 68 inches compared to the 67, which is also just 1 inch. They're the same in the leg reach. They're both 38 for those leg kicks, which Piotr loves to throw. Piotr is the favorite at -275, +220 for Merab. There you go, guys. And just letting you all know, gotta head out to bed and do other things, but I'll catch you all later.
Who you on that
I got Piotr in this one.
All right. Appreciate you sticking around, bro. We'll catch you next week.
Love doing this. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Later. So, man, I understand this fight's probably going to be a big old argument, and nobody taped it. Kind of not putting the main event on anybody because everybody's usually got a take on it, and then it can pin someone. I'm personally on Marab. I think he will do what he does. I think it will be boring as fuck. And I don't think that Jan will be able to do much about it. I think you'll see a few reversals against the cage, but I don't think it will be add up to anything significant. I understand the striking deficit. I think Marab will do Marab things. I'm not overly passionate about it. I ain't heard the take from Baby yet. Baby, what's up? Go ahead.
Nah, I ain't got no take, but I see that West put something on the top. So what you saying, West? You agree with Sean or something?
Yeah, pretty much. I think a bet on Mariah is stupid, to be honest. I mean, with all due, like, I think people just see the number and they're like, "Oh, Marab," you know. But I'll let Gabe go first, and then I'll just touch on it.
Yeah, fucking. I'm telling you right now, if Marab loses, if Jan loses, I will be contemplating whether I will ever bet UFC again because I don't know. I with these fucking main events, like I don't know. These fucking main cards are just they're a fucking joke. Like whether it's decisions or weird ass fucking finishes or like that you can't see on tape really. Like I don't know. If Dion doesn't absolutely fucking destroy the Marab, I would be very surprised. I could see where like early where Marab could like push him against the fence and like try to fucking survive, but like even if you watch like the fucking Marlon Moraes fight, like he almost got fucking obliterated by Moraes. Like he almost died, and then fucking Moraes does what Moraes does and fucking gasses um and then gets knocked out. So I don't know if Marab wins, I won't be surprised, but just because of how main events are. Um, but yeah, I would in the back of my mind, I would probably contemplate whether I should bet UFC anymore, or at least like main cards and main events and shit, and like high profile fights.
So you got Jan by knockout? Is that what you saying?
No, I think, well, if it is a knockout, it's gonna be like late, like fourth, fifth round, just because I know Jan's not like a crazy like power guy or nothing. He's usually like accumulation. Does hit hard, but his power doesn't really translate into knockouts. And Marab is pretty durable. And just he's a dog. I'll give him that. But yeah, I think Jan probably by decision. But if I was Jan, I'd probably be going for the knockout or sub or whatever I can at every moment, just because I've been robbed so many times.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm fucking with that.
Usman, what you got, bud?
Oh, here we go.
Look, I just want to say, Gabe, just because you're gonna lose this weekend, you're a real sharp guy, bro. Stick around, because I'm telling y'all, Merab Dvalishvili is getting that win, boys. What can Jan do? Y'all can get a knockout. Y'all can get a decision. Those are his two paths. I do not see a sub. If he does, I'll shut up and stop hating. But the sub ain't gonna happen. So what are we talking about? A knockout? Yeah, maybe, but we're talking about a dude that's taking huge shots and the machine just keeps on coming. The train just keeps on rolling on. Um, Now we're talking about a decision. So we gotta hope that he can stop the takedowns. He can stop the fence clinching. He can keep on putting on striking damage. Also, while not taking any damage from Marab. Marab's winning this fight by decision, guys. Go ahead and put your money in right now because it's happening.
Damn.
I am a believer, bud. Wes, what you got?
I mean, like, he literally couldn't take down Aldo, so he's not really going to take down Jan much. So it is what it is. But Sterling's
The
like,
guy that everybody says has a legendary takedown defense.
you had your time, sir. So he couldn't take down like Aldo much. So like, I don't really see how he's going to take down Jan much. Jan has spectacular takedown defense. Like if you look at his fight against Sterling, like, okay, people look at the back take. Like, why did he get his back taken? Like, his coaches were even yelling at him, like, okay, look, stop turning around. That's why. Now, if you look at it even deeper, does Merab have that in his game? No. Sterling's even bigger than Merab as well. Like, he's fought, like, okay, even when he fought Magomed, for instance, like, he was stuffing takedowns constantly. Jan doesn't have a takedown issue. He was stuffing takedowns constantly against Sterling in the first fight, for example. Like, the reality is, like, all right, even like how Gabe said, like the whole like narrative shit, like, let's play that game. All right. Dana doesn't give a fuck about Merab. This is his punishment. It's like, okay, bitch, it's time for you to get killed out here by Jan. It's time for Jan to look good. Like you embarrassed me. Like he was embarrassed. You want to go ahead and play footsie with Aljo and all this other shit, and then you just ruined Aldo. Okay, bitch, now you're gonna get destroyed by Jan. The bookies have the KO prop at what? Only, wink, wink, only like 240 something. Like, even if you look at the money, right? The money's on the under. They're like, wink, wink. Let's see if these idiots don't pay attention, right? Because, yes, he's going to probably finish him. Jan's going to brutalize him. He's going to bloody him up bad. He's going to fucking hurt him. Jan is destroying his ass.
Man. I will say that money line parlay on Span and Merab gets you plus 671. I took it for $20. $20 gets me $150 something.
Usman, I'll give you the chance to respond to him if you'd like. If not, then I'll take it from there, brother.
Hurt me a little bit, but we'll see what happens this weekend. Let's go, Merab.
And then next week the other Georgian's gonna take an L too. Right, Uzma?
Guys, don't miss the Georgian train, guys. It's coming. It's
That
trucking
shit's coming
along,
to a
baby.
fucking stop is what's gonna
Dvalishvili.
happen.
Back-to-back weekends.
Wes, you just destroyed Usman's soul, bro. I could feel
Vittori's
it.
about to fucking dog the shit out of Dolidze.
No, I'm sticking to my initial shit. Like, I would never not stick to my initial shit after that John Jones shit. I would never not stick to my initial shit. Fuck no. I saw this fight at the very beginning, bro. I said, yo, John's got that. What's up, bro?
Hey, Wes. So a couple weeks ago, I made a joke, but I was dead serious. But I was dead fucking serious. If Wes is fading Wes, always fade that shit. I know that. I've seen you only double guess like 4 times, bro, and it bites you directly in your
Yeah.
fucking ass. You want to know the real bitch? You want to know the real bitch? Wes was in here 3-4 weeks ago. We did this little extra little preview after one of the cards. We talked about it early, you know, like before we did the breakdown. And Wes said John Jones submission.
I
You can go
did.
find the tape. You go find the tape. He said, I honest to God think he said round 1, round 2, John Jones submission. He said it. He called that shit to a fucking T and then overthought that shit or whatever happened. I'm not trying to be a dick.
That's
Whatever
cool.
happened, and
That's
he
cool.
flipped, and I knew right then I was locked. Like, nah, he had it right the first time. And I'm not being a dick. Like, I knew, like, no, he had it right the first time. He's wrong right now. I didn't even.
appreciate you saying that though, because like I don't try to be a dick. Like, I could have went on Twitter and told everybody, hey, I even had proof. Yoda asked me about it, bro. Like, he was like, hey, what you think about that fight? Those are your 2 favorite fighters. I said, John Subson, bro. It's too much experience. And I had the tweet there. I was like, I'm not gonna do it. You know how I am. I'm passionate. I think when people say weird shit and everything, bro, like, it just kind of gets to me. And I'm sometimes contrarian. And then I started digging deep. And then I was like, fuck it. And then that Brendan Schaub shit threw me off. I'm like, why the fuck is Brendan Schaub calling the fight exactly how I called it? And then I just started saying, man, fuck it. I saw Gon's paths, man. You know, it happens. So I fucked up.
Why are you watching Brendan Schaub, bro?
Hey, bro, I will say, I don't mean to cut it. I gotta say, you took it like a champ, bro. You hammered us all week, and we hammered you for like 2 days in the chat with slights. like indirects, bro. And some of them were good. Like, I don't care what you say. Some of them were hilarious, bro. And you took it like a pro. So fucking kudos to you for it, bro.
Dude,
Either
and that's
way.
why he's the best fucking capper in town, man, because he can
Nah.
admit his wrongs. That's why
I
he's the
mean,
best in fucking town.
that actually mean a lot though that he said he actually locked that in his mind. I hope you did get some of that sub. That number was so fucking stupid. It was so dumb, bro. Like plus 700 for a sub. Oh my
So,
god.
honest to God, I never make an excuse on a bet, bro. I swear on my life. So I got a touchscreen computer, right? Um, And I swear to God, I had my bets up in front of me as Valentina was walking out. And I knew I only had or as Alexa was walking out. And I knew I only had like a minute to fucking cash my shit out. And I looked my buddy right in the face. I said, bro, this is going to be my biggest night ever if Valentina wins. He said, yeah. I said, but she's about to fucking lose. And my buddy looked at me, who I just talk MMA with when we smoke joints together once a week or however often. And he was like, yeah, you've been saying Val's washed for like 3 fights. Why the fuck are you betting her? And I'm like, I don't know. And then I look back and it was too late to cash it out and no excuses, bro. Killed every one of my bets. I had parlays ending with John inside the distance. And I had a parlay ending with John Moneyline. I had a parlay ending with fucking John KO, which wouldn't have hit, but I had one ending with John Sub, bro. She killed 3 positive parlay hits for me, bro. So like whatever, shit fucking happens, but like that's how it goes, bro. Like sometimes you should have went with what you knew. I can't believe, to be honest, I can't believe all the shit talking that went on after that card, bro. I cannot believe for the life of me you didn't call me out for taking Val after I fucking called her washed the last 3 fights. Even when I defended her against Santos, I said Santos only looked that good because Val is washed. Nobody called me on that shit. I was like, fuck it. I'm just gonna let it ride. I'm gonna let it ride, and I don't need to point that shit out in the chat.
Hey, yo, Joe. Yo, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I ain't talking shit no more on Twitter when it comes to these fights, man. I had a lot of John Jones on my neck, man. A lot of John Jones fanboys on my shit, bro.
Baby, you do it to
Like,
yourself,
nah,
bro. You do this every time.
yeah.
There's always a general consensus in the chat, and you always have to be the one guy that's like, nah, man, I'm going to fade you guys just for the fucking sake of
Yeah.
fading you guys.
I mean,
It's crazy, bro.
I'm
You
talking
like the
about like John
competition,
Jones
bro.
fanboys outside of this group. Outside of
Bro,
this group, bros.
bro, you
Yeah,
like the
he had some
competition, dog.
posts getting hammered, bro. He
Oh,
had some
really?
posts. Yeah, like there were dudes who were commenting on baby shit immediately. Like, what'd you think about that? Like,
Oh,
fucking
damn. People kept
immediately,
receipts on him,
bro.
huh? I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, there were dudes that bookmarked them tweets. I fucking guarantee you,
Oh,
bro.
shit,
They had
bro.
them
I
shits
just saw
bookmarked.
I just saw one from 18 hours ago, and I thought, fuck it, maybe I'll say something to Baby real quick for a joke.
But bro, with that Val shit, man, I just want you to at least stop just putting some of those 600s in there, though, bro. It's not worth it. It's like,
Yeah, let me
fuck that shit.
start out real quick since y'all going to talk about other shit.
Oh yeah, my bad. We started drifting. Trace, kick out that DFS. I know it's getting late for you, and we probably only got 15 minutes left in here anyway. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, I think you're going to have ownership on both sides. These guys both score well and wins. Honestly, I think Rob even would even score well if he lost. Like for cash lineups, this would want to be your build. Like you would want to start off with usually your main event, especially if you think it's one that's going to go for all 5 rounds, because that's just plenty of time to score a bunch of points. But like in this one, this would be a good example of a fight for a cash lineup, because Jan's super expensive, and then Dvalishvili is really cheap. So you could get them both in there. You don't need all winners for a cash lineup. So Jan averages 97 points in a win. Dvalishvili averages 113 points in a win. This man has put up one of the highest scores I've ever seen on DFS against Marlon Rice. He 164 points. That's fucking insanity. And he's only a 7K. Like, he's super affordable. He 148, 136, 164, 108, 124, 129. This dude shits points. Like even in a loss, you may even be able to have him in your GPP and still be okay, just depending on how one side of the other fights are. So yeah, you're gonna want ownership on both sides. If you think Dvalishvili just runs through him and takes him down and holds him or slams him 100 times in the fight, that's going to score a lot of points. And if you think uh, Piotr Jan knocks him out, then obviously that scores a lot of points. So I think you're going to want ownership on both sides.
Yeah, if you believe in Marab, it's a must own. Like, I'll say that. Like, I'm not big on DFS. I used to play it a lot, man, but like that was a while ago, and I understood volumes of picks and slips and all that shit. But like, just at a basic level, if you're only going to have a couple of plays and you think Marab can pull it off, he's a must fucking have. Um, yeah, that's all I really got. Jan,
And
I don't know
honestly,
what.
if you don't like any other favorites to win that are good priced, like I said, you could probably throw him into a GPP lineup with Piotr Jan, and you're not going to win, but you still could probably place pretty fucking high, just because he might outscore some winners with his fight style over 5 rounds. I mean, even if he doesn't win, the only difference between a win and a 5 round decision is 30 points. So if he puts up 80 points, even in a loss, he's only 7K. I mean, he could be the nuts play even in a loss. You know what I'm saying? So it's really, you're probably going to want ownership on both sides.
And what Trace is talking about specifically right there for guys who might not understand why we would do that is when you play certain type of pools, it's basically you're doubling your money. Everybody on the bottom half of the pool loses and everybody on the top half of the pool wins. So if you think there's a rare occasion where the fight's going to be a super banger and both guys are going to rack up points, most guys are going to have a loser, or you could have a loser with a couple big winners and still be live. So it's one of those situations where he said you might be able to have both of them. That's what he's talking about, where you only got to get into the top half. Just wanted to explain that a little bit.
Well,
Short of
let's just say all you have left is 7,100. I think Dvalishvili can outscore Jonathan Martinez even in a win, in a loss. You know what I'm saying? You can get Ariana Lipsky. Most people don't think she's going to win, so you don't want her. Austin Lingo, if you think Austin Lingo wins, then he's a good option. And then there's Guido Canetti. So from 7K down, he really is your best option, even if he loses, because, like I said, his fight style just accumulates points.
And I mean, to some degree, I know that some states can't do it, but it is worth those things are worth noting when capping because it gives you just a quick reference to how consistently and how high volume they are able to do things. A guy that's consistently racking up points, even in losses, he's doing what he does at a high volume and he's doing it very consistently, even in a loss. So, like, that tells you, even without knowing the fight, that could tell you, that it was a chance knockout or he got caught in a sub. Or, if the other guy was racking up a bunch of points too, then it was a war that they lost. But that number alone can tell you a lot about a fighter. Gabe, what you got your hand up, bud? Go ahead.
I don't know how they like price things out on DFS, but I assume it's by probably like the odds or something. But
It's basically and it's basically in my head, I always imagine a pendulum. Like the higher one guy goes, the lower another guy goes. And that's all based off of like 83-33, because that's what the average salary could be. So, like, if you basically had a scale and you're throwing money in it, you know what I mean? The more a guy is favored, the heavier his scale is going to get and the more his cost is going to be. And then that in return, the other guy is going to be lighter on the scale and cost less.
right, I don't know. I just feel like even if I was playing DFS, right, like I feel like everybody's gonna have Marab just because he's so cheap. I feel like that's almost like a fucking like a trap. But
So with that being
that's how
said,
I think.
though, the Degenerate 75 dude that does the golf always says more often than not, there's a reason why there's so much ownership on them, because the money, the chalk always gets there and stuff like this. Like
Yeah, so don't miss the boat.
sometimes everybody's on that person for a reason. He's super cheap. You can get different everywhere else to win that. But I mean, as long as you're not placing like a generic lineup, like say you just do Marab, then you do Ryan Spann, Volkov, Sun Sal, just giving out names like that. Um, that's probably going to be a pretty normal lineup. But you throw in a guy like Williams, who I think most people don't know who he is, isn't probably going to be picked that often. You throw a guy like Williams in, and you separate yourself by having high leverage on one of the other guys that not a lot of people have. So like I said, if that guy goes out there and starches somebody in the first round, he let's say he scores 110 points because hardly anybody else had him. You're already at a big advantage. But yeah, that's all I got, guys. Whatever, go ahead.
I this is gonna be real quick, Trey. It's just a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Drag King, they just put a pot. They put a pot of money for everybody to play. Then whoever gets the most points gets that pot of money, right? Correct?
No.
Well,
So it's
most of the time,
do,
I'm sorry. You were asking Trace. I'm sorry.
you can do. There are some that are winner take all, and there's some that are top 50 or top 50% wins, and those are like your cash ones usually. Like GPP is usually uh like a good one is anywhere from 15 of 20% of the total pot goes to the winner, and then it scales down from there. So and then from first place to 10th place is 10% of first place. So if the top pot is 1,500, 10th place would be 150 on a good one. Like that's where you don't want one that's top heavy, because obviously the more top heavy it is, the less chance that you have to win to place. So you kind of want to pay attention to your contest selection, and you just want to make sure it's as much in your favor as it is, because you don't want to pay the rake to DFS. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
The
just you
other
gotta.
thing is, those pots are paid for by the people who enter. There's only certain pots that are guaranteed pots by DraftKings, and those are like big promotion. You see heavy ad on them, and that's basically they're just advertising their own company and then taking a portion of their advertising budget and promising it in prizes. It's a fucking smart marketing
Honestly,
strategy.
baby, if you can find somebody, or if you can ever figure out how to figure out, I know there's a couple guys on Twitter that do it, but I don't know how accurate it is. But if you can ever figure out a way to determine ownership before the contest starts, and if you just pivot here and there to get yourself a better way, even if you don't necessarily like that fighter, because you're pivoting off of somebody, you're going to put yourself in the long run. You will win by pivoting off to the fighters that have less ownership, as long as they have a realistic way of winning. So I mean, that's what, like, if the degenerate, he's talked about it with me and Joe a couple times. If he does decide to come to start doing MMA, which he's talked about doing, and trying to figure out the ownership, that dude is going to fucking destroy DFS, because he don't play it. He's not a fan of it. He's not a fan of the sports that he plays. He is a fan of the sports he plays, but he doesn't get attached to players. Like, he doesn't have these bonds with certain fighters. Like, oh, I want that guy to win, so I'm gonna put him in my lineup. He doesn't do it that way. He takes it all from like an equation perceptive of it. He has it all figured down, and he does the numbers game. That's how he wins. So I mean, if we could ever figure out how to do ownership, dude, I mean, eventually you're gonna win just because it's a numbers game. So I mean, that would make a big difference.
Um, yeah, it also leads to good parlays too. There's no argument that there's good correlation when you're betting winners and trying to create slips. It's very similar. I'm gonna lap the card out. We're officially done with UFC Las Vegas, aka UFC on ESPN 79, aka UFC Fight Night 222 or 221, aka UFC Fight Night Jan versus Dvalishvili. But it's not UFC Vegas 71. They decided to change that because this is the first card held at the Virgin Hotels, the theater of the Virgin Hotels.
Hey Joe, hold on one second. Hey Dirty, I saw you requested the speaker earlier. Did you have something you wanted to talk about, or you just want a mic?
Man,
sorry, Joe. Sorry for cutting you off,
I'm,
bud.
I'm, I'm just chilling, man. I'm just chill listening to you guys, man. I'm enjoying it, so I'm here.
Oh yeah, no problem, brother. I just didn't know if you had something to say. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
nah, Dirty's actually so me, Marin, and Dirty started the On Topic Spaces because I believe all of us went to man of the library spaces, and we were getting tired of him becoming very, very, very narrative driven. And yeah, I'm not talking shit about him at all. I got fucking fed up. And the funny thing is, like, we're interviewing fighters and shit now. I initially said, other people are interviewing fighters. We could do these spaces and interview fighters. I'm telling you, that shit is possible. And now here we are, like 11 months later. We've interviewed 3 fighters now. We're doing okay, man. It's a
Yeah,
lot
you
of
do
fun.
good, Joe. Always appreciate your show, man. I'm always popping in and listening when I can, man.
Well,
Yeah,
shout out to you, Dirty. I didn't know you was the OG, brother. Hey, I appreciate you, man. You made this happen. You part of
I
the reason.
always give him the shout out, bro. He was man, he's not as heavy. He does like MMA, but he doesn't hit it as hard as we do, fucking taping it and everything. But bro, he was here for so many spaces, talking every fucking fight with me. And I know some of the fights he was like, man, I just don't give a shit about this fight. But he was still talking with me. Yeah, Dirty's the man, bro. All right, I'm gonna skip that. So the UFC
Hey yo,
roster
Joe, real
watch.
quick. Hey yo, Joe,
Yeah,
real quick. My bad. Hey,
go
if I'm
ahead.
not if I'm not tripping, y'all had Dumas up in here, right?
Yeah,
Okay, damn, that's dope.
Yeah,
Alright,
we
man.
didn't do the interview with him. He just kind of sat in, and I think, unfortunately, I didn't know who Ben Davis was. I don't follow that dude. Um, yeah, so I mean, I think I do actually follow him, but I don't follow him. You know what I'm saying? Uh, he come on here asking that man what he wanked off to, bro, and he left not long after that. So I don't know.
yeah.
He probably thinks
I,
we're all gay or something.
and I'll be honest, Ben Davis. I don't give a shit who he is or how many followers he has. Ben Davis won't get a mic in here again, bro.
No,
That's like,
absolutely not. That pissed me off.
yeah, it
Thank
was.
you,
I
guys.
was in such shock that I even asked Dumas for a response. I was like, what do I fucking do here?
Yeah, it was horse shit.
Thank you.
Um,
Thank you.
I know he dissed y'all. Ben Davis dissed
He
y'all.
didn't. He didn't really diss us. He just came on. He came onto the space. We were
he's a
talking about
jackass.
fights, and then he started.
Nah,
And somebody said, we were about to do a fight. He's like, oh, I don't like that fight, so let's do another one. So he basically just tried to come in here and take over the space like he ran this shit or
he
something.
cut me off too. I'm fucking. Yeah, it was whatever, man. Fuck that guy. Honestly,
Yep.
fuck you, Ben Davis.
Yep, fuck him. That's that. I don't give a shit either. So the UFC roster watch was actually empty, bro. You guys got to understand. I hit these dirt sheets and these rumor mills and these roster watches and these fucking fight watches and all this shit every week, bro. The UFC was so overshadowed by 285. There just isn't shit. I could give you 15 fighters that have re-signed to Bellator this year. AJ McKee, Nemkov, but we've talked about all that. BKFC did sign Eddie Alvarez, and he says there's a clause he can fight anywhere he wants, any promotion he wants, any combat sport he wants. I think other than bare knuckle fighting, that's the only thing he is exclusive through them through. UFC San Antonio, a little bit of upcoming fight news. There's not a bunch of them here, just a couple. Manuel Torres will fight Trey Ogden at UFC San Antonio on March 25th. I don't think anybody's going to be jumping off, throwing hands up on that one. Cade's back. What's happening, bud? Let's get him on the mic there. UFC Vegas 71, Montel Jackson will fight Ronnie Yaya. No, that's not right. Is it? Yeah, maybe it is. I just copied and pasted that from fucking Marcel Dwarf, if I'll be honest. So maybe that's who he's fighting. UFC 272 or UFC Vegas 72, Julian Erosa versus Fernando Padilla. And then Cody Durden versus Charles Johnson is official. Man, Cody, fuck, I like Cody Durden, but I think Charles gonna piece that boy up. Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say with the Montel one, man, he's got a really good manager too, man. Like they give him bum ass Arce. Now he's got a Yaya. Like they're trying to get him on a run, right?
Yeah, they're like, don't worry, kid. We seen Floyd do this. Let me show you how this is done.
Bro, chill, man, chill.
I only said that to fuck with baby.
Come on, man. We know that
Oh,
shit cap.
oh nah, don't make us make.
Oh, the West cut off? Yeah, that's from talking shit about Floyd.
How
Yeah,
many how many of y'all think that Floyd Mayweather is a better boxer than Ali? I mean, can anyone put any hands up? You know,
Bro, they not boxing dudes, man.
right?
Yeah,
I
yo,
you
know.
we're
get
not we're not doing this. Listen,
Yo, hold up, hold up,
listen.
hold up. Who is Ronnie Yaya fighting?
Julian Montel Jackson.
nigga Trey switch that shit up real quick.
It
I, I,
says
I I walked away. I didn't hear. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. People sleep on Ronnie Yaya. That dude got some
Bro,
serious
stop it.
serious ground
Bro,
game.
stop it. Y'all gonna get his ass. So you gonna get knocked out, bro. Like, stop it, bro. Like, this go. They said, Montel, you know what? You almost knocked out Arce, but we gonna make sure you get a knockout. It's
I'm just
no,
saying he's
no,
fought better strikers that didn't knock him
no,
out, though. To be
no,
fair,
bro. What better striker he fight that didn't knock him out? I want to hear this one.
all them.
Come now, tell me who.
Give me a second. I gotta pull up a list.
all
Exactly,
right, man.
man.
All right, all right, all right.
Exactly. He's
We'll
gonna get
go back. Nate
snipes, man.
Maness. Nate Maness, May 6, 288, got 4 fights. Kron Gracie's coming back to fight Jourdain. Andrade probably gonna wear a different compression shirt. She's fighting Yan Xiaonan. That's number 4 and number 6. Devin Clark versus Kennedy Ninjokuwani. Bro, I like Kennedy, man. So that shit always gives me a fucking issue because I like to bet him. Because I'm always like, oh, you could piece that motherfucker up. I'm gonna probably stay off that fight. Yeah, and then did I say Nate Maness versus Zagas is on that card?
Joggers can win that one, man. Like, I hate to say it, man. Like, it's crazy, right? Like, Jaw Gas can win that, right?
Well, yeah, and
I'd
eventually you're
like to
gonna.
retract my last statement about Ronnie Yaya. I'm sorry, Wes. You're
Thank
right.
you, sir. Thank you, sir. But I
See what I
think
did there, though?
Joggers,
I come back right away.
like, I think Joggers can win that just because of the fact that Madness is like low volume as hell, man. Like, he is so super low volume, man.
Yeah, I don't disagree that that's one that he might be able to pull out. UFC event on May 13th. Jairzinho Rosenstruck will fight Jailton Almeida, bro. I don't I don't care what argument you guys want to give me about the shape. Yeah, Rosenstruck looks better. I don't give a fuck. I'm taking Almeida all day on that fight, bro.
Bro, I was about to say I'm tired of these fucking heavyweight fights being main events, but that'll be short work right there. That's some good stuff right there.
Yeah, and you know what? Rosenstruck, for whatever reason, got good name value, and I feel like he'll get heavy. Like I don't like using the word casual. There's a lot of people that watch the sport that just don't watch it like we are. That little more than what I'd consider a casual. I'll just say like steady fans, guys who play DraftKings because it's on TV all the time and shit, and don't do any of the hard homework. I feel like Rosenstruck will get a lot of that attention. So I feel like the line on Almeida will probably be real nice if you hold out. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that's the way that one will go. I know Wes watches them a lot closer than I do. Sometimes I don't even know what lines open at. I just take them at what I see them, man. I don't give a shit what they
Bro,
open at.
nobody's betting Rosenstruck. There's going to be no surprise there. No one's
Yeah,
betting.
he's gonna be like probably 800 or some shit.
Come on, man. Yeah, this
Typically
is
Almeida,
insane.
man. Like, it is what it is, man. Like, Almeida dub. Unless he does that stupid. I mean, he's gonna do that stupid ass front kick with his chin up, like he does every fight. And if you got Rosenstruck, you're gonna hope, please catch him when he does it. But that's about it. That's your only moment of being afraid, man.
Nah, he ain't getting him, bro. Jelton's gonna get him. I'm sure of it. Did we already talk about Misha Tate returning to 135 already to fight Bueno Brenasuva?
I don't think so.
Myra Bueno
Silva.
Jesus fuck, man. I don't know why her name gives me so much trouble. I don't know if we talked about that or not. I think it's funny when Misha Tate's like, nope, I'm going back to 135.
Bro, imagine dropping weight so you could be like the bigger, stronger person only to get your ass whooped and then
To not be the
rethink
bigger,
that
stronger
decision.
I don't trust Silva though, man. Like, I feel like it's like that's one of those type of fights. Like, she'll be on her back somehow. You're like, get the fuck up, get up, and she's just smiling, trying to go for a sub, But I don't trust her, man.
Yeah, I don't either. I feel like people are going to put a shitload of stock into her. But at the same time, I don't trust Misha either.
No,
Yeah,
I
that
will
was
say
wild.
this though. Misha's at a point in her career, and this doesn't mean I'm not saying cap the fight on this, but know that she's only going to take something she thinks she can win at this point. Like it's going to be really handpicked by her at this point, no matter what bullshit she says about, oh, I just give whatever they offer me. No, that's not fucking real in this case. She needs a win. She needs to pay. I'm not saying she's broke. Bro, she's in the twilight of her career. She took this fight because she sees a path that she can win this fight. This isn't I'm gonna test myself and I'm gonna see if I nope, she's over that shit. She took this fight because she thinks she can win it. Cade, I ain't
I
heard from
love
you
it.
all night, bud. Go
I
ahead.
love it.
Sorry, man. Been with my family, but Myra's supposed to fight Misha. They like that's official.
Yep. June 3rd,
I mean,
135 pounds.
I've only seen Myra fight like twice or something like that. But if I had to, like, after seeing her last fight, I mean, she looked pretty good, right? But I feel like Misha's experience. This is like a type of fight where I feel like Misha's experience and like that Misha got heart, bro. Like I feel like this is one of those fights that she can make a dog fight and win.
I don't disagree at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna give out a shout out to a friend of the podcast or a friend of the space, J Spec Rob. Man, I don't know if y'all been playing using their new All Star MMA app. It's pretty fucking legit, dude. It's pretty sweet. I like it better than Fanatics. You can actually like it's pretty cool. You earn belts and shit like that. You start off as a white belt and you slowly progress from picking fights right. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah,
Nothing,
it's
nothing
pretty
is better than
shitty that
fanatics, man.
it's pretty shitty that they stole Verdict's whole gimmick that Verdict built their whole fucking platform on to me, but whatever.
Yeah,
Oh
I
shit!
don't.
Well, I ain't know all that, Joe. Jeez.
You
Yeah, I'm a
can't
black
disrespect
belt, three
fanatics.
stripes or some shit on Verdict, and I ain't played it in a year, bro. They stole their whole shit. Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, brother. Like, you can't disrespect fanatics, man. Like, fanatics is gonna make the on topic space like a fucking brand sponsor and shit. Have you guys like a
No,
flagship?
it's the same thing.
You can't-
I'm pretty sure Rob was saying his plan is to do away with the Fanatics app after they
Yeah,
get
they're gonna get merged or some shit.
all after they get all the bugs out of the All Star app. They're gonna merge them, and it's all gonna be one app. He's bringing it to one thing, so it's one and together. But right now they're separate. But it is pretty cool. I mean, if you haven't checked it out, it's worth a check out.
Yeah, I haven't downloaded it yet. I wasn't sure if I was gonna use that one, to be completely honest. Um, we'll get something going. We'll definitely get something going for the space, though. All right, what else do we got here? There's not much left. Bellator's got some fights. I think we've actually talked about most of them. Here's one. I only got one scratch it or bet it this week. If John Jones beats Stipe Miocic, and I don't mean by decision, I mean finishes him, Francis Ngannou takes the deal that the UFC offers him and returns by the end of 2023 to try and get his belt back. Scratch it or bet it. Go
Bet
ahead.
that shit.
I
Nah,
scratch it,
scratch
dude.
it.
I
Scratch
scratch
it.
it.
Nah, scratch it, man. He's not like that one. You could tell, like, dang, he's not coming back, bro.
He
Dame
just
is not
ran.
having.
He just ran through the man that it took him 5 rounds to beat. Albeit he was on one leg or whatever, blew out his ACL or whatever the thing was. I mean, but understandably, the dude he just mowed through that guy with like he was nothing. I mean, that doesn't make you feel good about coming back to try to fight the guy.
Oh, Jesus Christ. See, that's what made me like go with Gon in the first place. Like, I mean, come on, stop with the BS, bro. Like, I mean, like, come on, bro. Like, literally, like, he did a spinning fucking elbow in like slow motion and shit, bro. That shit was like literally like pausing like an old tape and pressing pause, pause, pause. Like, no, Nagano would have fucked him up when he did that little spin, bro. Like, let's be honest. Let's be fair. Jesus
He
Christ.
wouldn't have done that little spin. Let's
Yeah.
be fair.
All right,
Bro,
thank
he
you.
had his
Thank you.
eyes on
I
him the whole
respect you.
time. He was joking.
Like, I just know, like, that condition, like, I mean, like, if we're being fair, being realistic, John's not an idiot, man. Like, John was trying to prepare all this time for Nagano. Like, he said, cool, bet, I can step in here with Gon. Like, he that wasn't the finished product, bro. Like, let's be fair, man. Like, this. I know people want to make it look like, oh, he'll run through Nagano. Like Dana was the same person like that was saying John was afraid to fight Nagano. Now he's trying to switch it. Like, let's not buy into his narrative, you know?
Speaking of narratives, and this is just really a joke from me to Wes that everybody probably laughed with too. I'm library trained. I just told you that's where we came from, was from the library. I just want to say that I told you guys the narrative 6 months ago. Dana told it to you guys at the press conference. John beats Francis. Francis left, so they're like, "Fuck it, we'll put in Gon." John beats, gets the belt, defends against Stipe, retires champion. I told you guys that 6 months ago. Dana said it. John kind of said it. Everybody kind of agrees that's the census. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying I told you guys.
I remember we both said that though, bro. I think he retires too. Like he's just gonna beat Stipe, rub it in DC's face some more, and that's it. Like, I mean, he has no reason to like fight
Bro, and
anymore
now
after that.
DC, bro, I'm gonna be so honest. When you put in the chat that the look on DC's face when they show
Bro,
his body
bro.
language was seriously, he was in that chair like,
He was so defeated, man.
bro, when he seen John get, he didn't see it. He didn't understand. When he realized John won and that it happened like so easy, so fast, DC was like loosening his collar like Carl Winslow, ready to get in the octagon, bro. Like, oh, I could do this. I could do better than that motherfucker. Like, you could see it in his body language, bro.
Bro, you know what he was thinking? You know what he was thinking in his head? He was thinking that Breaking Bad scene where Jesse's just like fed up with Mr. White after his girl gets killed, and he's like, he can't keep getting away with this. Like that's what he was thinking in his head. That's exactly what he was thinking. He's like, how does this guy keep fucking doing this shit? Like,
Well, bro,
oh
and
man.
listen. So here's the reality DC's also going to have to face. They just changed the picogram rule, which means John's no contest to DC is going to get overturned, and DC's going to get another L added to his record
Oh
because
jeez.
because they decided that the picogram levels that John had in him, they said, fuck it, that's John Jones. You know what? Uh, that's not cheating. That's
Wait,
not
but
cheating at
hold
all.
on. Wouldn't they reverse all of like Nate or Nick Diaz's weed shit? And I'm not
No,
even a Nick Diaz guy, but to be fair, right?
I don't think it ever actually got appealed. So it actually has to go to court to be appealed, bro. Like you'll get to see the trials and shit. Like when it actually is going to get appealed, there's a little trial and shit. At least that's how it used to be. I assume that's how it still is. And usually there's some media outlet there, and you can catch a glimpse of it, bro. But like, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I think they'll overturn it for
Hey, yo,
him.
Joe, I don't think DC was like mad at Jones won. I think he was like more like, damn, like how fast it happened. Like he
Oh,
was, I think he thought it was gonna be more competitive for Gon, not to just for him to just run through Gon like that. It's like what the fuck? What just
No,
happened? Like,
bro, you can see a still
right
image
next to
that
him.
he was disappointed though, bro. Like it was literally a still, and he was that was a still image of his face. Like fuck, like damn it,
But
he
baby,
won.
who you should have been looking at for that response is right next to him at Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan had that look on his face, like, whoa, I did not see that happening that quickly. You can see the distinct like difference in facial expression between Joe Rogan and DC. DC's heartbroken about it, bro.
so you
Fun.
saying DC wanted Jones to lose pretty much?
Now it's a competitive thing,
Yeah,
bro.
bro,
Listen,
absolutely.
so
That's
I
like
was
his
just gonna
biggest
say
rival,
this.
man.
Leading up to fight week, DC was very complimentary of John Jones. Go check the tape. Go check it. I'm not stretching it at all. He was very complimentary of John Jones. Once it flipped and the media teams were set, everybody was in course. It couldn't be reversed. DC was anti John all fight week, bro. He was low key taking slights. All of a sudden, he was on Gon. Gon's got all the tools, bro. Like it was a real slight, But DC flipped as soon as he knew he would be safe to stay on the broadcast and kind of starts talking smack. When you go listen to, so like if you listen to before that moment, DC's, you can catch him on tape being like, oh no, I don't think that the striking gap is that big. I don't think it is. I think people are overplaying it. John's defense, which is a legit take. But then like 3 days before the fight, you can catch him talking, saying like Surreal Ghan is a far better striker than John. John's got a this, like bro, it was such a crazy flip. And when John won, DC was broken. He was ready. He felt like you could see it in him. He felt like he could do better than Ghan and get in that octagon right then. Like
Man,
fuck that.
if I'm DC, I'm rooting for John to never lose. I would want him like that. That makes you
I
look
get it.
better. I mean, look, you only lose to the greatest heavyweight of all time, and you've only lost to maybe the greatest fighter, probably the greatest fighter of all time. I mean, that's not a bad resume. I mean,
But you want to know what makes DC really mad, bro? Is so John is gonna get the picogram shit overturned, right? He is. I know it. He is. He's gonna get it overturned, right? So then those are gonna be wins, and nobody would overturn the Matt Hamill elbow because John was a shitty person. But now John is becoming a good person. He's becoming a DC, so to speak. And if John keeps this image up and retires in a fight or two, undefeated, title defenses, great, whatever, and he changes his public image, DC knows they'll probably overturn that Matt Hamill call finally for him too, because
honestly, his behavior back then, he was the cookie cutter. Like he was the nice guy. It wasn't until DC really like around that DC area, everyone they first started fighting or having their
yeah,
rivalry
but he was a
was
fuck
whenever
up.
DC pulled that out of him. He just said "fuck it," and that's when you got that epic little back and forth that you love to bring it up, and I love it, man. I always get a good laugh out of it. The hey DC, you still there, bitch? Are you still there, pussy?
Yeah,
That
oh,
shit right
that's the
there, dude.
greatest shit ever.
That was whenever everybody was like, "Oh wow," like we already knew like he got in some trouble, but we don't know he's a bad guy. That's when he started being himself. He cut that cookie cutter act that he had going on and started being John, the real John. Now I feel like he's trying to turn the clock back and go back to that guy again.
Bro, I think he's just a dude who caught fame way too fucking young, way too fucking quick, and he was in over his head and he couldn't handle it.
Well, that also you got to realize his brothers are also like we all know that they're all elite. They
For
were
sure.
elite NFL, so he was already probably getting used to that lifestyle of being around celebrities, being around people with money. So he essentially just started, just like
He started
celebrity
feeling
kids,
himself, bro.
like
He
celebrity
started
kids,
feeling
bro.
I
himself.
mean, people have their demons. I mean, that's life, Like, I mean, you
Yeah.
get these like judgmental ass people on Twitter and everything. They act like they've never done anything or whatever. Like, I don't think he's a bad guy. Like, I don't think he like deliberately says, "Oh, I'm about to go run over a pregnant woman. Let's get it." Like what the fuck? Like, I think it's life, man. Like,
He's human.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he was
human.
clearly
Like,
It is what it is.
yeah.
raised right. You know what I mean? Like he clearly was raised right. I just feel like so. All right, I'm. We all know I'm a huge Mike Tyson guy, right? Everybody here knows that. At least all the regulars know. I ain't got to explain it. And there was an interview once Mike did, not in the age he is now, but in between. He was probably in his early to mid 40s, probably mid 40s. And he did an interview in a gym, and he was still boxing, and he had just gotten beaten and shit. And he was basically just admitting, like I'm doing it for the money and shit. But they asked him about when he was younger and the way he behaved and the way he spun out of control and all the shit that happened to him. And Mike didn't want to make excuses. And he said, the only thing I can explain to you or say to you is that can you imagine being 19 years old and every man on the planet tells you you are the baddest man on the planet? Do you know what that does to your ego, to your inner man? Do you know what that does to your alpha? It makes you crazy. And like John Jones was the youngest UFC light heavyweight champion. there was, even back then, there was no one that contested that he was the greatest talent anybody had ever seen. It wasn't like heavyweights were calling him out back then, like, oh, I'll fuck you up. It wasn't like that situation where you see now guys a weight class up or a weight class down calling him out. No one was doing that shit. No one wanted a piece of John Jones. And they put Vitor Belfort, like they put scary people. Like these were scary fucking people. And John just dismantled them. So to some degree, without making excuses for him, I mean, just try to think if you were 21 years old and the UFC light heavyweight champion of the world, like who might you become? Like, to be fair, I don't think he fared all that bad. That car accident was an accident. And so what? He liked a little cocaine. That's not my thing, but everybody does something. Everybody has their thing, at least try something in their life. And if it's not everybody, okay, a good portion of people. So like I don't judge him for that either, bro. But like I have compassion, bro. 21 years old, and here you're the baddest motherfucker on the planet, and here's a bunch of money, and you're in Las Vegas all the time fighting. So sort that out. Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, bro. And I feel like for me personally, like even when I seen the embedded in the interviews though, like you can see in his eyes though there's a dark story though. Like I mean, like he's so driven, like just like it was like when he said, man, your why, like you have to have your why, like I owe it to the people. And like it's kind of like something in his life basically made him like what he is, right? Like, and this belief that he needs to be this like complete combat athlete. So, who knows? That same stuff might bring on trauma or whatever. It might just be trauma in his life. Like, people don't fucking know him. Like, I hate when people do shit like that. Like, they see something you do and they act like they know you. It's like, you don't know what he's going through. You don't know the pain he has or whatever the heck. Like, so just lay off on him, let him live his life.
And the pigtail right off that, right? So, like, I am a big John Jones fan. I don't give a shit to say it. I mean, clearly, many of us have been here to hear my speeches and this, that, whatever. But, like, bro, you can look at someone's life and look at things that are happening and kind of understand what some of the events that may have occurred, like, and it may be like, okay, so either maybe this occurred, this is why he had problems, or this is a result of coming through those problems. But you can still kind of look at somebody's life and spot something. Does anybody realize that John Jones is already engaged again?
Man, I don't care about that nigga love life.
But what I'm saying is, bro, like when Wes is talking about how we don't know that man's personal life or how he's wired or trauma or things that affect him, it's not common that you get divorced and then you're re-engaged a year later and nobody even fucking knew you got divorced. Like that's, I don't know, bro. That says something maybe about someone's emotional, not state necessarily, just the compass that they're dealing with at the time, bro.
Are you talking about the chick that he kissed on the forehead in the cage?
Yeah, they're engaged.
And then looked away in disgust?
Yep, that's his fiance.
Oh. And you're for sure that's a new chick?
Sure. Obviously, it's pure love with that look he gave.
So that's a new chick. That's a new chick.
Are you sure?
I thought so because I thought so. I'm pretty sure. I have to look it up.
That's not his new chick. That's a new chick? That's not the same girl that he was.
He split with the old one. They had all their problems, and I thought they announced that they split, right?
Right. Yeah. But because what do you call? Remember they were saying new mythical John Jones dropped, or what do you call it? Because his wife left him or whatever. Yeah, he even did mention it. Yeah, I do remember that.
That's what I'm saying. He was married, bro. He was married. That he's got a fiance now. He was married.
I heard that was his fiance for like 10 years. I heard that he just never married her.
No, that's the same. That's the same chick, bro. I just googled it. That's the same chick, bro.
So they never actually got married. He just called her his wife.
Yeah, that's his fiance. Like they've been that's been his fiance for forever. Like he's like some people even think that he's like sleeping with Val. To be honest, like I've seen I
And
don't know.
Holly Holm.
Yeah, and he come on. I think that's obvious. He tapped Holly. Like you could tell they were a little too buddy in these videos and shit. It's like, yeah, John tapped that. Come on now. Like, come on now. You know those blonde women love us brothers and how I get that. You come on, man. You know.
Man, John Jones ain't got no hoes, bros. Floyd Mayweather got hoes, not
You
John
gonna
Jones.
hate
The
on
fuck
John
out
for
of here, bro.
John broke his heart though, man. You gonna hate on John forever now. John broke your heart, man.
John Jones ain't shit. Quote, D baby.
Nah, I ain't gonna say that because that John Jones stuck in my head when I play that Future song "Superhero." Man, John Jones pop in my head, bros. That nigga scary, bros. That dude, man. John Jones, man. He's something
This is
else,
a
bro.
fight it took for you to realize the greatness, bro.
Bro, what
Oh
you
my
expect,
god.
man? I ain't see his run, man. So it had to kick in. So like I
Man, let's
thought
Hey,
talk
that shit
about this
real.
dive. We talking about John. Let's talk about this Grasso dive, man. Well, let's talk about this damn Bow
wait,
dive.
Hey,
hold on.
uh,
I only got one more thing for the space, and I'm gonna try to wrap it at close to 4 hours, and we're a few minutes away from that. I just want to say, if you guys don't know who Andy Hickey is, at Andy Hickey MMA, I don't even interact with the dude, but he's a fresh follow for sure. He posts all types of cool shit. He posted the UFC pound for pound rankings on March 7th, 2013 compared to March 7th, 2023. And in the top 10, I'm sure you can guess who the only person still in that
Are you
ranking
fucking
suck.
serious? Stop that.
Who is making what the fuck is that noise?
Sound like a
Oh
straw, man.
shit!
What,
I thought I was on mute. My bad, bro.
what are you doing? Sticking a straw in your ass?
No, it's one of my daughter's toys. You pull it straight and then it just comes out and makes funny noises and then you have to like push it back together. My bad.
Uh, so
bro.
pound for pound, and yeah, and it wasn't even top 10. It's top two. But 10 years ago, it was Anderson Silva, John Jones, GSP, Jose Aldo, Benson Henderson, Cain Velasquez, Demetrius Johnson had moved up one. Renan Barrio had moved down up one. Dominic Cruz had moved down two to number 9, and Frankie Edgar was number 10. 10 years later, John Jones is number 1, Volkanovski is number 2, Makhachev is 3, Edwards is 4, Usman, Adesanya, AP, which makes absolutely zero motherfucking sense. God on earth, the people who make this shit are dumb as shit. Aljo at number 8, Charles at number 9, and Brandon Moreno at number 10. Back in the day, the pound for pound list was clearly comprised of how they thought fighters would do if they were all the same size, same skill set, or not same skill set, same size, same weight class, based just on skill set. Now it is clearly based on resume. Like to me, there is absolutely no question that a pound for pound MMA list is nothing like a pound for pound boxing list now. A pound for pound boxing list means what our list meant 10 years ago. It's actually, I don't know. It's pretty fucking sad to me. Um, Whatever. That's just how I feel about that. Anybody got anything they want to hit before we cut out? We're at 4 hours right now. I'm trying to keep it at about that.
Why in the hell is Grasso ranked number 2 as a woman in the world in the UFC? Like, why? Why?
She beat the best. She beat the best Valentina,
The
bro.
guy that made the list was Mexican, bro. I told you already.
When Pena beat Amanda, she didn't sit here and dive up like above Amanda on the pound for pound.
Then
I
it's
mean,
politics, then, right?
Hey, whatever, man. This chick, I guess, gonna beat everybody now. She gonna beat Aaron. She gonna beat everybody. She gonna win like 10 times or something, man. Like, it's crazy, man.
Wes, you do make a point because when Pena won, she actually beat the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world, like regardless. Grasso beat Val, which is cool. Like, don't get me wrong, that's a great accomplishment. But we all know Amanda's number one.
Hey, like
And if
Amanda,
Pena beat her and she didn't take her number one ranking, yeah, I don't know, man.
yeah, I mean Amanda is basically like the greatest woman of all time next to like, well, she beat Cyborg. So I mean, like, come
You think because they think it was a fluke or something?
like, nah, it wasn't a fluke. I mean, I said Pena was gonna beat her. Like I capped her. Like I was on her there. Like, but still, like at the end of the day, like I think Grasso. Well, I don't know. We ain't gonna get into why Grasso won. Whatever. But I'm just saying, man, like she shouldn't be number two. That's crazy. She's even over John Whaley. Like, why? Like, who did you beat? You beat Macy Barber. Like, who else did you beat? Like, why? It's crazy, man. It's just crazy.
So Wes, here's the best part. I swear to God, if I could post here, I'd Google them and fucking if I could pin them and find you the links, bro. There are at least 3 or 4 articles out there right now talking about Grasso going up to super fight at 135. I swear to fucking God. I swear
All
to
because
God.
of that fucking
If,
sub.
if
All because of that.
Bro.
man, if Amanda again, I mean, I know people don't like the dirty side of it, but like if Amanda wouldn't fight Aldana, let's just a hypothetical. Let's just say someone said, "Hey, I want to put some money. Let's take the fall." If she wasn't gonna lose in Aldana, she ain't losing Grasso. She'll beat the living hell out that woman, man. It's not happening. Like she
Bro, that'll be one of them where Amanda gets to showcase because Grasso's going to try to stand there and bang with her because you're not taking her down. I mean, like, all due respect to Valentina, you're not doing that shit to fucking Nunes on the ground. I'm sorry. You're fucking not. No
And
way.
with that Mexican chin, Andrade versus Murphy too, written all over it.
And that's not even making it there. Like that's a KO first round. That's just a brutal knockout, man. Like Amanda, like, oh
Bro,
my God.
you would see Grasso pedaling the bike with her hands mid fucking air while she's getting rocked, just trying to hit anything before she gets fucking put out. That shit would be horrible. Like, you know how like there's levels to like going from 185 to 205. There's levels, power levels to that, right? That's bro, 125 to 135 in the women's division is levels of power difference, man. Like, fuck. At 135, them women hit so much harder than the women at 125, bro. The knockdowns, the knockouts, everything proves it. Everything proves it. You get into real knockout potential as soon as you get to 135, and we all know it. It's not like you see them, but it's not like you're always like, yeah, knockout at 125. At 135, you're always anticipating it could happen unless it's 2 cans.
So y'all think Val ain't getting the belt back? Cause it seems like Grasso they got plans for Grasso since she got the belt now, and they trying to run with it.
I
So
like how you said that, bro. You said they got plans though. I mean, like they got plans, bro. You know what it is, man. Like it's time.
So
To be
here,
that. Yeah, my fault.
no, I didn't mean to cut you off, Wes. I was just gonna tell, bro. So like, I've kind of noticed this trend that certain media outlets, kind of are, even though Dana doesn't like them, like they're kind of able to will things into happening because they do get people talking about an idea. And the guys over at MMAfighting.com right now are very determined that Grasso should fight someone else, and Valentina should go get a win, and they should shake the division up, and that the UFC should do something special with Grasso, maybe a three Mexican champions on a card, some shit like that. And like, even though that doesn't mean it'll happen, but like, it's gonna irritate the shit out of me that is gonna be highly talked about now. That is gonna be the topic of debate because those guys want it to be the topic of debate. So super fucking irritating to my soul. Aussie, what you got?
Yeah, man. I mean, I think they need to pump their brakes a little bit on this girl. I mean, she fought great. She did. She was losing, but she was making a good account of herself, and the way she took that back was lightning speed. You know, she took the back. She had obviously, you know, we seen after the fact the how tight that squeeze was, and if you watch the fight, she technically she did really good. She's using her chin to push the glove behind her head. She readjusted her glove like 3 times with her chin, actually dragging the glove behind the back of Val's head. And she was very technical with that choke. It was beautiful to watch. But there's some girls that can beat her in this division, man. There is some real fights for her. So I think they need to take the money while it's good and redo this Val fight. Maybe make a trilogy out of it. You know, I wouldn't want to risk losing her to someone else, Amanda Lemos, or someone coming in and trucking her. You know, I think take the money while the money's good and do the immediate rematch.
Yeah, but there'll be no trilogy. Val beats her, she won't look back. If she doesn't retire, she'll just fight 2 other girls before she does. That's who Val is.
Yeah, that's a good point. She might retire if she wins the belt back, and that's probably the move. But fucking money talks and bullshit walks, and Valentina, her whole life is just traveling and shit. Like she did this training camp in Japan.
Yeah,
Why the fuck are you doing a training? It's because you wanted to go to Japan.
Oh yeah,
So
she's
she's gonna.
admitting now that they're just going places they want to see to train.
Yeah, and it's true, man. You look at her Instagram, that's exactly what she's doing. She's just having a holiday, living the life, living her best life, and just beating these girls. And, she only scraped by in her last fight, but she got the win. And if you listen to all the interviews after, she thinks it was a well-deserved win, even though everyone else knows it was close and maybe she lost. But, now she's going to come back focused. She knows what she's got to do. You tighten up this, tighten up that, and it is it was a competitive fight to begin with. And if she comes in much more focused, determined, fucking, she's got a goal. I want to get this belt back. Like fighting for, if you win a fight or lose a fight, and you're fighting, you might not get your win bonus. You're losing half your money. That is nothing compared to getting pay-per-view points. We're talking of, hundreds of thousands of dollars difference whether you're the champion or not for each fight. In some cases, millions, obviously. This was an enormous pay-per-view. She got massive money from this. She would have got pay-per-view points on a John Jones card. It's probably the biggest payday she ever had. And she's got the money. Get your traveling, all your bullshit out the way. Focus for 10 weeks on the goal. And I think she's going to come back in a big way and she's going to go nuts.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't really care either way. I'm not betting her fights no more unless I'm fading her. Wes, what you got before we go?
That's interesting though. A woman that likes to travel a lot. I seen dead pics and baby down there smiling. We know what the time it is, man. Woman likes to travel a lot. Get her bags and everything, man. Money can just come in different places. So then coincidentally, she just loses to Grasso. And Grasso becomes number 2 out of nowhere. But whatever, it's okay. Whatever. So, hey.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. I did cash in those Usman sprinkles. I can't let him hear. I couldn't tell him. I would never hear the end of it. But yeah, I did bet against Val that night. But that's a little secret between us all here in this chat. Whatever happens here stays here. Ain't no one gotta talk about it. Ain't no one else gotta hear about it. But yeah, that fucking
in here,
$20. $20
Usman's
for
tuning to you right now.
He's
All
not here.
right, bro. All right. We're going on 4 hours. And, I'll be honest too. Like we get a lot of replays, but when this shit hits too long, we don't. Plus, I'm thinking about trying to split to a Friday night space and do 2 of these things if anybody's interested. Maybe do some dirt sheets and some rumor mills.
Yeah,
And
I'd like to separate the DFS and just do the DFS
DFS.
all
Yeah.
at one time. That way, people can just have everything at one time. Like do a 30-minute space, and they don't have to like fast forward to just get the DFS stuff. You have access to it, and then we're also trying to get the Discord up and running too, right, Joe?
Yeah, so I did kind of set it up, but I was actually going to do a plug before we get out of here, and this kind of pauses the Discord temporarily. I'd like this to take a little precedence. So, anybody that's still listening, there's 24 listeners. So, without the regulars, hopefully, half you guys aren't in there, and then we get some replays. Hopefully, they make it this far in. On Topic MMA is officially a Twitter community. If you go to our profile now and you click on the link where it says we're officially a community, and you join the community, it will add a 6th icon to your menu bar down below, and you will now have the communities feature on Twitter. If you leave the group and you're not in another group, you will lose the feature after probably 15 or 20 minutes. It will refresh and it will take it away from you. But as long as you're in a group, preferably our group or community, it's a community, then you'll have that feature. So everybody should go there and they should click that and then they should join the community. And if we could get everybody to post one MMA related post a day, not like a picture or a meme, a take or something you want to bet. We're clearly heavily focused on capping and breaking down handicapping and breaking down MMA. So like if you've got a $20 parlay or a $2 parlay that pays up $4 million or anything like that, or DFS questions or DFS lineups or anything related to handicapping, breaking down, or picking the sport, like even 2 sentences might get 20 replies. We could probably grow the group, hopefully get some fighters in there, maybe some media guys in there at the community. I keep calling it a group. I'm sorry. Hopefully get some MMA people in there, maybe some media guys, and then everybody gets a chance to talk with them too, which is really, really cool, because even if you're just a fan, it's cool to be in a place where you can interact with the people you see all over YouTube and ESPN and all that stuff. So like we've had some fighters in here over the past month and it's been really awesome. Regardless of what we do here, it's still a lot of fun. We get to interview them. We get to ask them questions. And no matter what anybody says, we'll all feel a little root for them when we see them on TV. You know what I mean? Like, well, I'll be like, damn, I talked to that guy. He was cool. So it's a pretty unique opportunity. We take the approach that we're not media, because we're not. We're fans and handicappers, and I think that means a little bit more to them guys.
Yeah, and Dumas, for example, he's fighting this weekend. We had him on here.
Yeah, and like Terrence Howard came in. Some people say he's awkward in interviews.
Terrence McKinney, brother.
Terrence McKinney, Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry. Terrence McKinney came in here last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, and he gave us 40 minutes, man. Like he doesn't have a lot of 40-minute interviews out there, only a few. A lot of them are 15, 20 minutes, and he sat around and kicked it with us, which was absolutely awesome. So, like, I don't know, if we build the community, if it's really just about building a community of MMA people that are interested in MMA, I'm not monetized on YouTube. I'm not cashing in on this in any way that nobody else is. If this thing does cash in any money, it'll be very transparent. Probably just pay it to fighters to do interviews and shit like that. Like, maybe get some editors, or if we ever needed a service or something. But it would all be very very transparent. We started this space so we could talk about MMA, and it's grown into something awesome. We're coming up on a year here, and I think we're at almost 400 follows, which is, man, I didn't really even think about that when we started it. I just was like, yeah, we're going to do this, and I want to make a little brand, and hopefully we could get 100 people that all pump the brand and meet some fighters. And now we're 400 people, and we get a lot of responses in the DMs. Like when I send out messages saying we're a community, like I probably sent out 50 of them. Probably 30 of those people responded or liked or hearted it, which is fucking awesome. I send out invites. Sometimes it'll shuffle new people in when I hit the send invite via direct message, and usually everybody shows up for a little bit. So it is a good following, and it might seem weird, but man, a couple hundred people listen to us talk every week after we close this thing down, bro. Like I don't know, that's cool as shit to me. I didn't start this for that, but like that's so cool. Like 50 or 100 people will have been here throughout the night, but bro, some of these spaces that 3, 4, 5, 600 listens. So like, I don't know. I think that shit's pretty cool, man. Anyway, I see Aussie. Don't kill it on time. What you got before we go, bud?
Yeah, mate, you just covered a lot of the shit I was going to say, man. I was just going to drop you some props, but I will say this is one of the most like easygoing, cool spaces to join. If anyone hasn't spoken on one of these spaces before, put your hand up, get in here, because everyone's polite, even when there's like someone's 100% on this side, someone's 100% on that side. Everyone waits for everyone to talk. No one's calling no one a dickhead, and it's really controlled. It's really cool. You should definitely get in here. Make sure you retweet the space, and yeah, get involved. If you're busy or working, just listening while you're at work or whatever. That's cool. But yeah, just join in every now and then. Just have say your piece and bounce out if you want. And yeah, keep up the good work, guys. Like, you can tell how much work you fucking put into this, man. This is insane with all the fucking. I can't imagine how many hours you must spend trying to get fighters and just waiting on callbacks and people talking.
Bro, I
You know,
sent
getting
out so
messages and
many
not getting.
messages. I sent out so
Yeah,
many
I
damn
could
messages.
only imagine, man. You know, like good work, guys. Keep it up because this is a very unique space. And
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. We
yeah,
appreciate it.
you guys keep up the good work. And even if people aren't listening live, I'm sure there's a lot of people. This is one of the recorded spaces that, you know, it's good. Just fucking, you can come out, you can listen for an hour, go back to doing what you're doing, come back for another hour. Yeah, keep doing up the good work, fellas. And yeah, I'll join whenever I can.
Yeah, man. And if somebody's got like an opposing view or a different view on a fight, we want to hear it, man. We want the arguments. Like we want reason like convince us of why you're on somebody else. We want that argument. Bring that
And
to us.
trust me, we got select guys in here that will argue with you at any given time. We got them, bro.
Yeah, guaranteed. For anybody who digs what we do and wants to be part of it, there's a bunch of links on the profile, but we've got chat groups. You can DM us, any one of us, to get into them. We've got a main chat group. Listen, a lot of people leave and stick around. It's okay. That shit hammers 24/7. Opinions get strong. Holidays, people are betting sports all damn day. Yeah, it's an intense group. We also got a group, an International Fight Week group, which is really a different type of dedicated fan. It's a bunch of people that go to fights, that actually go to International Fight Week, but it's people that go to fights all the time as much as they can. It's a different type of dedication. They're not gambling on these fights. It's not that type of thing. Yeah, we've got a tape group. If anybody wants to do tape work and get a chance to give your 5-minute take on a fight, you do like 3 hours worth of tape work to give like a 4-minute take. It's really fucking awesome, but we all do it anyway. You can get in that group. We got an MTV challenge group, which is like 4 people, and it doesn't get much action. But when the show's on, we whatever we send some messages because
We
we're
fuck
fucking.
with the challenge for sure up in here, man. We some challenge addicts.
Yeah, some marks on that shit. And then there is a host group, but man, that's only the 4 guys that, or the 5 guys that do the hosting. So it is what it is. I thank everybody
Yo,
tonight.
Joe, hold up. Let
Yeah.
let Zaza get on the mic real quick.
Oh yeah, appreciate
Oh
that.
man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, it's just amazing how much this chat has grown, this spaces in the last couple of months, and like just honestly, I devoted my Tuesdays to you guys now. So like, yo, sign me in to all those chats. I'm in there, and I think you forgot to record the space, Joe. I don't know if you planned on doing that.
Yeah, I just noticed that. That pissed me off, but it's okay.
We good though.
The whole space the whole space is recorded on another device,
Hey.
so it'll still be on the YouTube, and we'll post a bunch of links on the profile to the YouTube. I don't know how that's a miss. I edited the name, and it must have clicked it out of record because of the UFC Vegas 71 Vegas Las Vegas shit. So yeah.
Joe, man, really? Like, what's the name of the shit you just bought? Seriously.
No, bro, I don't know. So I edited the space, and that's the only time it could have got clicked off. But we did get recorded on another device all the way through, so it'll be on all the channels, or on. It'll still be available, rather. That pisses me off, though. I'm super fucking irritated now. All right, Senko, 30 seconds, bro.
I
We've
just
shut it
wanted
down
to.
3 times.
I know. I just wanted to say hi. I've been here through the entire
I know
podcast,
you
and
have.
what a great job you guys have done. And I'm just totally, totally amazed.
I appreciate that, Senko.
And that's all I got. Not going to
Me and
blow a
you.
whole lot of smoke up anyone's ass.
Nah, we
You can give it a
appreciate
little
it.
more smoke to me, buddy. I'll take it. Come on.
Man, that irritates me. I didn't record this. There's no way to get it back either. All right. Anyway, Zaza, you said you wanted in some groups. You want to do tape work?
Yeah,
You want to tape a fight every
sign
week?
me up for. Yeah, sign me up. I'll definitely do one for sure.
All
So
right.
we got a lot of people in there now, so we're gonna have multiple people on fights. But if there's a fight that you want that's already taken, and there's nothing else available, jump on it, man. As many takes as we can get, it's always good, man. The more takes we get, the better chances we are of making money. Let's do it.
Well, my goal is to be able to get to not have anybody have to take more than 2. It'd be cool if everybody took 1 and to have 2 people tape each fight. My thought is if we could get it to the point where you can break it down in about 3 minutes. We do 10, 12 minutes a fight anyway. So that's like half the time, right? If 2 people could break it down, it would show us if there's a split or not. Like I really watch that, and I'll be honest, the one thing I've taken from this space is when the space is split, you can probably stay away from the fight unless you're really, really overconfident on it. And like even with that John Jones split, right? Like one of the guys that I looked to who was on my other side, he was on my side at one point. It wasn't split in my head. It became split in my head. You know what I mean? So like when I see heavy splits, I avoid them. Like you guys may or may not have believed that, but I can absolutely assure you when I see heavy splits in this room, I do not bet those fights. It pays off every fucking time. Yeah, it is what it is. So, anyways, I'm going to wrap this shit up. Join the community. I'm really excited about that. All the guys in the main group, bro, you post 88 fucking things a day in the group. That group literally gets, I've never let it go for a whole day and checked it. I'll bet you it's 990 fucking messages in a day that chat gets. Give me one fucking post in the community, man. One post in the community. I love you guys. I'm closing it down. Everybody have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who comes in here and listens the whole time. Brits, I see you there every time. Tajik, I know some of the guys in here give you a lot of shit, bro, but me and Tajik do DM. Nothing too crazy intimate, but we share some pics and shit. I think Tajik is all right, man. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night, man.